Sounds like the Godzilla theme, but done like that Seinfeld thing. It's like I don't know what I'm doing. ah, yeah, and this stream has been delayed and pushed back and reconfigured for dates and times quite a bit, but I think we have started now. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I've definitely started this a bit earlier than scheduled, or later than scheduled, depending on how you may look at it. But yeah, welcome to Sea Monster Live. We're gonna be covering a little video on Shin Godzilla. So finally, we're not doing MonsterVerse for a change. Granted, the past couple streams we haven't really covered the MonsterVerse. Really, I did a Alien Romulus stream back in August, and it was like a little, yeah, kind of, sort of last minute stream discussing the Wolfman teaser from a week ago. But yeah, so now we are at the 17th stream of Sea Monster Live. Just trying to have people come in. Just checking how. In the meantime, I'm gonna check to see how reception is going, or at least how I'm sounding to you folks out there. So, all right, just give me a minute. So I'll be muting myself for a brief period, but I'll be back to. I'll get back to shortly. So just wait for it to load up on my laptop. Okay, all right. So it seemed to be sounding pretty good. At least how how I'm sounding, to you folks out there who are listening. Didn't you make this video like a year ago? Actually, this is what the video that we're going to be covering here is. It's a different Cinemassacre video on Shin Godzilla. Yeah, I pretty much I mainly did a video on the philosophy of Cinemassacre or James Rolfe's philosophy of Godzilla movies being like champagne. Just the philosophy in general. It's not really a specific video, just that particular philosophy that kind of has been seen in his videos overall. Some of his videos, not necessarily all of them, but there's definitely like some in certain instances where it came up in certain Godzilla reviews of his. I'm wondering, considering it's been a while since I've even watched this video, if that will come up again. If he'll just be like, it's like champagne. Um, we'll see. But yeah, yeah, this is a something. We're just focusing specifically on Cinemassacre's review on Shin Godzilla, and see, which he did which was done back in October 2016, back when the movie first came out. Limited release in the U.S., very limited release in the U.S. Granted, and we're just gonna compare how the sentiment for the movie has shifted or changed since then. Almost 8 years after, 8 years later. Yeah, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I think it makes sense if you think about it. Yeah, 8 years ago. Yeah, pretty long time. Gonna join in a few minutes. All right, Kaiju Kuru. See you in a bit. Should be having some other people come pretty soon. Not like that. Stop it. Up. We've got our first guest here.
Hello.
Hello.
I was watching a video talking about the How to Train Your Dragon books and the adaptation of it.
Ooh.
So How to Train Your Dragon's awesome. I love that movie.
Yeah, I hear about it,
Yeah.
Neat.
So how have you been?
Yeah. I'm doing well. How about you?
I've been okay. Class 7 fine. I rewatched Wall-E yesterday, so that was fun.
Cool. Yeah.
Then next Friday, it's off to Transformers 1.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can see that like on the Saturday in which it comes out. I'm gonna try to. I can't really make any promises though, but I definitely would not mind giving that one a go. Definitely been hearing good things about it. Oh, got another person. Kaiju Kuru, you are in.
Hello.
Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Yeah. So we all saw Animus's video?
Yes.
Oh boy. I'm pretty sure he's going to be showing up. I think he said he's going to be, so...
Yeah, I think he has plans to show up. Who else? Do you know if anyone else plans to?
I know that Animus definitely wants to show up. I'm trying to see. I pretty much have asked OmniViewer if he can come on, but I haven't heard back yet. I'm not entirely sure. He said he would see if his schedule would work. It's kind of contingent for him, but
I'm currently trying to rearrange my collection to free up a shelf for a few because I'm King Ghidorah. I might have to put a lot of my soft vinyls up. It's fine for me. I'm not like super. I'm not someone who collects like who has an army of soft vinyls. I'm not that in terms of collecting.
Right. Festy Match is asking unrelated, but Festy Match asks unrelated, but which Godzilla is most likely to say a racial slur?
GMK.
Are we including all adaptations or?
I guess all. Yeah, sure. I mean, any that you can name off the top of your head, I suppose.
GMK or MonsterVerse.
I want to say Marvel Godzilla, actually. If we're including all adaptations, I do want to say Marvel Godzilla probably would.
We'll make you say that. What?
Considering the comic book run has one of the villains just refer to, I think, Falcon as Black Man.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Wow! Oh no!
The 70s, when you could get away with that stuff.
Yeah, my how times have
Truly a
changed.
magical place. So
What
how
are
do
the
we
times?
how do we intend to watch the video?
Like share screen?
Hmm?
I think we should probably actually wait. No, because I don't have my monitor. So if we're gonna share screen, someone else is gonna have to do it.
Yeah, it'll have to be do a screen share, or I'll have to like play the video through my system, through my speaker, because I can't really do screen share.
Also, I'm sharing the stream itself with Metamaxis, the one guy that Zim was talking about with the inversatility of Godzilla thing. So
Oh,
yeah,
all right.
yeah. I was hoping to ask if I could also invite him himself onto the stream. He said he'd like to talk to you guys first on your own, before doing anything like that. So yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess we'll. Yeah. Just kind of. It's like a slow burn, to kind of, make sure people start coming in before we get into the subject here.
Yeah. So I'm having trouble deciding between two movies that I want to rewatch. Either the Captain Underpants movie or the 2005 War of the Worlds. I don't know which one.
I tried to finish my Jurassic marathon last night, but it was very late by the time I got home from work, so I just went to bed.
Did you watch Dominion today, or?
I have not seen Dominion. I'm gonna probably watch it after the stream.
Ah, fair.
Dominion, as in
Jurassic World Dominion.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. I was kind of thinking of that, but I was just wondering if there was any other thing that was called Dominion. But, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, Madam Axis just subscribed to my channel. Thank you, good sir.
Oh. Wait, is he in the chat?
Yes, he is.
I'm sure he is.
Hello.
Hello.
He said, "Save your time. Don't watch Jurassic World Dominion." Completionism. Counterpoint.
I guess it's kind of those things where it's like, well, if you've seen all the other Jurassic movies, it's like you may as well, sort of like round it out at the very least.
That's the main thing. Is I'm just like, I remember not really hating Dominion when I watched it for the first time in theaters. I didn't really hate it that much, but I was
Yeah, I remember liking Dominion.
I feel like I might be a little more cut up this time.
Yeah, Jurassic World Dominion was fine when I first saw it in theaters, but then the more I thought about it, the worse it got.
Yeah.
Because this isn't even GXK bad. This isn't even GXK bad, where I can just sit down and absolutely enjoy it. It's one of those movies where it destroyed any and all interesting things it could have done, especially in relation to the Jurassic franchise, within the first 10 minutes of the film.
Yeah. I definitely have felt my opinions change with the movies compared to what they once were. Jurassic Park is still my favorite movie ever made. It's still, in my eyes, the best movie ever made.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorites of all time. Which
And that's
I guess maybe the reason why I'm like probably softer on the Jurassic sequels, like any of all of them really, than a lot of people are, is kind of because I kind of probably had like this for a while. I've always had this understanding. It's like, well, the original was such a classic. It's like so like peak cinema that you can't. That it's like anything that could try to follow up on it under its name is probably gonna would just seem like there's always gonna be a sense of like
I've talked with Minecraft World about this. Is I guess while we're waiting on Cinemus to join, it really this is just a pet peeve of mine. Is I love Jurassic Park. I hate the read of it from current film fans, where it's just the anti-capitalism movie with transgender dinosaurs and sexy Jeff Goldblum. Now, everything said is 100% true. I agree with what was just said, but there's so much more to this movie than that. Come on. It just feels like baby's first I get the message.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Cat's been saying GBK, GXK is still better than Dominion.
I'll give it that. I like from a structural standpoint, they're like from a genuine story standpoint, Dominion and GXK are both equal levels of shitty, but GXK at least understands its shittiness and
GXK
tries to make something fun out of it. So
for me, especially when you look into the original concept art and stuff that was planned for Dominion could have been something special.
I have not looked into the concepts. I have not looked into any of this.
My favorite bit of the concept art is one scene that I really wish happened was the Pyroraptor introduction was going to be completely different. It was going to be Alan Grant and Owen encountering the Pyroraptor inside of the facility instead of outside.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Which something that I've thought of, because a Dominion rewrite has been something I've thought of doing, is, well, instead of Pyroraptor, I'm going to incorporate Utah Raptor. And
my beloved.
And basically, because it's kind of the closest thing to what people think the Jurassic Park Raptor could have been. And I just feel like it's appropriate for Alan Grant to see a completely untouched version of a raptor. Almost the peak of its species. There's Cinemassacre.
Hi. We're talking Jurassic World. Dominion specifically.
Oh.
Ew. Yeah, we're just talking Jurassic World Dominion. Honestly, I liked the first Jurassic World. It has problems, but I don't hate what it was going for. Same with Fallen Kingdom.
By the way, your Minecraft World, your Tiamat deserved better. My equivalent is just the Giga deserved better.
See why?
That thing didn't. Unlike Tiamat, there's no reasonable way that thing should have just gotten butchered.
If you included the prologue, there's at least something there, but it's...
Not even that! The T-Rex was the aggressor there! The Giga was just at a dentist appointment!
That's true.
And
wait, what have I walked into?
I'm ranting about how the Giga in Jurassic World Dominion got done dirty.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, the one that Colin Trevorrow referred to as the Joker of dinosaurs, which
actual bullshit.
The Giganotosaurus.
Yeah,
he behaved the most like a regular animal of any creature antagonist in the series.
Yeah.
He just was existing. Honestly, something that I thought of is, imagine if instead of T-Rex versus Giga plus Therizinosaurus is in there, imagine if it was the Rex and the Giga working together to kill the Spino.
That would have been cool. And maybe throw in Thera just for extra help. Because people love that.
But then that's just excessive. They're just jumping.
Now you get something interesting with a 3v1.
It's funny.
That film was just bad, but I found it even worse that triple threat match or handicap match, whatever the hell it was supposed to be at the end, just comes out of nowhere. Just like, oh, let's just throw in the Giganotus versus Tyrannos versus I don't even know whatever the hell that other thing was.
Therizinosaurus.
Bless you.
Oh, hey. Guys. Here we go, folks. We got another guest coming in. Hold on a sec.
Hey!
Here we go.
Hello.
Oh,
We were talking Jurassic World Dominion.
Yeah, I heard.
To go back to what I originally said, I don't disagree that Jurassic Park has some criticisms of capitalism, but if you want to talk anti-capitalism, you have way more ground if you're talking about the book.
Yeah, because Hammond's more of a jerk in the book.
Hammond is Hammond in the book and movie Hammond are completely different characters.
Yeah.
And I mean, both are good. Richard Attenborough, rest in peace, is an absolute joy in that movie. And
Yes.
I've always said that it's like there's stuff in the film about like what capitalism can do, but it feels more about. It always seems to me like it was more Hammond having just tunnel vision so hard with what he thought. He just got too excited and he missed the forest for the trees.
Yeah.
Plus, it's just as much about the scientific ethics of it.
Yeah, it's about the ethics of the dinosaur. And my response has always been, we should probably not have brought the dinosaurs back this early, but they're here now and they're alive. The best we can do is just, I don't know, try to make it work.
Yeah.
Well, we've made it work.
I mean, Hammond had a point in just saying, just leave East Lasorna alone. And life will just work out. But unfortunately, then everything else after that isn't his fault.
Yeah.
I will say, I was shocked by how much I liked The Lost World.
Yeah. Lost World is pretty freaking solid.
As far as anyways,
sorry, I was muted.
Granted, it has the same problem as Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, where it becomes a completely different movie by the third act. But I like that completely different movie, so it doesn't bother me too much.
It's just 98, but better. Also, one little detail that I noticed is when the T-Rex is running alongside the bus, if you look in the bus, you can see the guy who was talking to Ian Malcolm in the subway in there.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same guy.
oh.
Ah. Okay.
Also, one of I think the producers just asked, "Hey, can I be in a scene and get eaten by the T-Rex?" And you know what they did? They did it.
Wouldn't be the first time. They did that with basically a lot of crew in Godzilla King of the Monsters. So
Yeah.
Have you before I guess we get onto the video? Have you all seen stuff about G-Team?
Yes. Please
No.
don't
What
be a
about this?
MonsterVerse connected project. For the love of God, please don't be a MonsterVerse connected project. I want this to be good, but I do not want this to be a MonsterVerse project. Holy shit.
If we get half of the concept art that we have seen in this movie, we might be in for peak.
Well, it depends on the writing. Having the kaiju having the kaiju at all, and actually, the kaiju themselves, not an approximation of them, singular point, is a step in the right direction.
Hang on,
So-
I'll show some of the stuff in the chats, the animus.
Okay. As far as I thought, G Team was supposed to be like a series that was basically a MonsterVerse series, just on
I
like a
think it
smaller scale,
started as that.
concentrated on the team.
I think
O'Shea Jackson, the guy who he was one of the military people in Godzilla King of the Monsters, had said
Yeah.
that he's been
Or
really
is this going to
pushing for
turn
this
into
to happen.
Is this going to turn into Kong Skull Island or Skull Island, the Netflix show type thing, where it's like it started off as one thing, but because it's taken so long, it's going to turn into something else?
probably. Granted, the thing that makes me not think it's a MonsterVerse project is Godzilla's hinted design. They showed concept art of his arm and part of his spikes. Those spines are very clearly inspired by the Kiryu Saga design, so I don't think this is going to be Titanus Gojira.
It could be if it's its own thing, I welcome it. There's the
Same.
sneak peek for Gigan's design.
Yeah, and we've had concept art for the Gargantuas, Biolante, Anguirus, Gigan, and many others.
That stuff is
Kumaga.
way older.
But still,
If
That's
we
concept art.
actually, I swear, if we actually get this anime and it's real, it's good, I am going to die happy.
all I'm hoping for is that they take more cues from the Hanna-Barbera Godzilla and Godzilla the series rather than Singular Point and the Polygon trilogy. For God's sake, do it right. The West got it right twice. 30 years ago and 40 years ago and 20 years ago. Do it again.
Well, I mean, Japan also got it right with Gridman and Gamera Rebirth, so
That too.
it's just Godzilla they weren't able to get.
Yeah, because I blame Shin. I blame Shin, especially for how Singular Point turned out. I blame Shin heavily for how Singular Point turned out. So yeah.
Yeah, probably also why we might never get a second season of Singular Point, because now we're in the -1 influenced era, at least hopefully.
Yes.
So I don't want to be recreating that.
Yeah, I said it on Zim's previous stream, but if the next Toho project is at least decent, then -1 was not a fluke. So yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
just a quick sort of interjection. So, my video I put out today, there was something I wanted to add, but then by the time I was mucking around with like making sure all the copyright stuff and blah blah blah, blah I was right with it. I realized, I just want to get this now, get it done. There was something I wanted to add because there's something that was mentioned in the last stream, which I completely blanked on. Somebody said that Shin Godzilla and Godzilla -1 have a similar message about something like the value of human life or something like that. And I completely blanked it, or I said, "Oh yeah, sure, whatever." It was only afterwards that I realized, no, Shin Godzilla and -1 are completely diametrically opposed
Yeah.
to the concept of human life. In -1, it's all about how the Japanese government, well, the Japanese military during the Second World War really didn't value human life at all and basically just threw people at the military machine that was the American assault. Just like, well, just keep throwing people at it, eventually it'll work, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And -1 was very, very negative about that. Shin Godzilla is basically like, yeah, don't worry about people. Oh, what's this? We're irradiating half the city with a giant radioactive cloud. Yeah, just keep going. Don't worry about it.
If anything,
Yeah.
it feels
Don't worry
like,
about the human lives that we're wasting doing this. Just keep going. It's fine.
if anything,
Yeah.
it feels like -1 was a response to Shin Godzilla, and I find that really, really, really funny.
Yeah. It's funny that that Shin Godzilla like criticizes like the prime minister, for pretty much like caring about the people, which I mean, execution of him caring about the well being of people, kind of being an overcorrection to the point where he doesn't even like he just like aborts killing Godzilla. I mean, the execution of all that aside, I'll get into that a bit. It's like it's weird that movie would just be like, no, it's like the movie just being like, oh, if the prime minister just didn't give a crap about the people, well being of people, Godzilla would be dead. It's like, no, you can care about the well being of people. That's why you got to kill Godzilla. You just have to find a way to it's really difficult to find like a good balance, and there was like a nuanced approach that Shin Godzilla could have taken, but it didn't really.
I'm sorry about that. My dad just came in. We were looking at something.
You're fine. You're fine.
So I'm back.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna preface this before we get into it. I apologize to any Shin Godzilla fans that are watching this. Not really.
Yeah.
No.
I think
Well,
I was hoping to invite Meta on because he likes Shin Godzilla, and I figured, hey, may as well let him have some things to say, especially since what happened previously. But like what happened?
I
I
mentioned
think it was
that.
2 days ago. 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Ugh, yeah, I feel bad for him. But hey,
can anyone else
hopefully
hear
he can come back and
high-pitched
watch
whine?
this. What?
Can anyone else hear a high-pitched whine?
Yeah.
I can hear it too. I don't know where that is. I don't know. It's fine. So, how are we going to be doing this? Are we going to be sharing screen or?
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see. I'm gonna have to see if I can, unless someone can do screen share, or has the ability to. We'll have to like play the video.
I watched the video on my own time, at least listened to it. There isn't really a whole lot in the video visually that's important.
No,
It's just kind of James Rolfe and the other guy just sitting there talking about the film. They don't show anything really, so
yeah, there isn't really much. Yeah, there's not much in the way of visuals, but it would be. But yeah, the whole screen sharing thing would just kind of, I'd say a little more convenient because otherwise I'd have to like play the video through my speaker and stuff. That's kind of which I've done before, but
is that what you did for EFAP?
No, EFAP was a screen share.
I don't have access to my monitor at the moment, so that's why I can't screen share.
Yeah.
And if Kraken or ZG were here, then we probably would be able to pull it off.
Hang on. How do you screen share?
You need 2 monitors.
Oh.
So yeah.
Because I saw the present option on StreamYard, and I was like,
if I thought about this, I would have downloaded the video earlier, and then because there's like a button down here to add like media, I think.
Yeah, I think.
I'm gonna just watch the video on my phone with the volume off, so I can just make sure.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So I think Sea Monster, you playing it would probably be the best option.
Yeah, I mean it's probably the only option at this point. So,
for the record, and for the record, I'm pretty sure everyone here loves James Rolfe.
Yeah.
Or at least has some respect for the man. I mean, I've watched AVGN, Cinemassacre's Godzilla-thon. He's a very talented guy. He's a very fun person.
You remember at G-Fest with the King Kong Fantasia tribute video, everyone cheering when he showed up on screen?
Yep. He's very... Honestly, dude, I feel like for the 30th G-Fest, if they got him, it'd be insane.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
he's a very... This is not any real way meant to be specifically towards him. this is, I feel, going to be more about the mentality that he presents,
Yeah.
which I've referred to as Toho purism.
Yeah, there's gonna be definitely a bit of that in this video. Just a friendly, sort of notification, a reminder. This was made back in October 2016, which was when the movie first came out. Very
It's a
limited
very,
release.
it's a very old video.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an old video, but I would say, near as I could tell, at least based on his more recent like -1 review from December, he does still I can't help but think he more or less still stands by that Shin Godzilla is a good movie. Yeah, I mean, Minecraft World, we pretty much like saw that during Zim's stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw that. I'm still genuinely curious if he's changed any of his opinions on the Toho Godzilla movies.
You want to know what's
I did
You wanna know
notice that he completely skipped over the Polygon movies when he was talking about Godzilla movies that were made in Japan.
There is no Polygon trilogy, and Ba Sing Se, here we are safe, here we are free.
Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure he's never seen the Polygon trilogy, but I'm curious as to, considering that, he has a family, and he's got like other stuff to do, like his like project wise. But it makes me wonder, like, what he would actually think of the Polygon trilogy, whether or not it would actually sort of like, not that it should necessarily challenge his perspective that everything Toho does in terms of Godzilla would be gold, because clearly, if we just based off his Godzilla-thon, there were some reviews of certain Godzilla movies that he did, like Godzilla's Revenge or Godzilla versus Hedorah, where he was was willing to be rather negative about some of those films. But yeah, I mean, I would have to imagine that he would hate how Mechagodzilla was done dirty in Polygon Trilogy at the very least.
Well,
Absolutely.
lots of people skip over the Polygon movies anyway, even when they include footage of them.
That's true.
Yeah, so
Some
like
people even skip over Shin Godzilla. Dr. Skipper.
yeah,
I still cannot get over that.
GMK, I kind of understand. Shin Godzilla was right there.
Dude, I swear, to some of these people, do 84 and GMK just not exist?
Well, okay. In
Oh,
defense
look, everybody knows there was Godzilla 1954, then there was 98, then there was Shin Godzilla, and that's it.
and minus
And
one.
-1.
Oh, well, obviously that one came later, of course, obviously.
No, but in defense of the skipping of 84, that movie is or was really hard to access. Bless you, Criterion. So
It still is kind of hard to get.
I bless you, Kraken Video or whoever, because for releasing that, because I own the Kraken copy of that movie, so.
Yeah. Anyways, it's been almost 40 minutes.
Yeah,
we need to get
Let's
going.
get started.
Yep, we might as well get started here. Let me know how it sounds. Would be playing it off, so it's directly at the speaker. So here we go.
I have my movie monster series bag and ready to help, ready to bless me with good luck.
Nice.
So,
All right,
My playmate
3,
Suko is giving me the stank eye.
3, 2, 1.
Let's talk about the new Godzilla movie. Overall, you like it? I did like it, actually. Yeah, pretty good.
No, not. Okay. I had to get a cheap shot in there. I'm sorry.
We will have a spoiler section later on. We'll warn you when that happens. So for now, you're good. But before we get into anything about it, I just want to talk about the basic history again, just for anybody who doesn't know what this is, just to get you up to speed. It's the first Japanese-made Godzilla film by Toho in 12 years. It's the first but only feature Godzilla and no other monsters since '84. It's the first to feature certain music cues since '54, the original. And it's the first, I think, to be a straight-up reboot. because typically lots of the other ones would always be connected to the original. They'd be like, a sequel to the original.
Is that true?
Well, I think Godzilla 20. If first Japanese one, I think yes. First overall, 2014 said Godzilla first showed up in 54, but didn't say the events of the movie happened.
No.
And then 98, obviously.
Well, yeah.
And if we're
98
including
full on reboot, but although
Hold
even
on,
then
did
he tried to imply that Godzilla had a history in Japan, like as a folklore character. And then GMK came along and said the 54 movie happened in 98's reality anyway.
Yeah. Granted, 98 on its own is not overtly connected to 54. Like without the context of GMK.
Hold on, I'm wondering if I have to play this back again, just so is he saying like the first like Godzilla movie to be counted as a reboot from Toho specifically, like from Japan, or just a reboot?
I think that's what he means.
Probably.
Yeah.
That was the context he provided.
Because pretty much every other one is technically a soft reboot.
Yeah.
Like not a straight reboot.
Yeah, maybe he'll address. Maybe he'll be like, now. Of course, there is the American versions, but I don't know. We'll see.
You said there were certain music cues that are since the original.
Like there were certain
because they used the Godzilla theme song in a lot of the sequels.
Yeah, they did, but there was a few music cues from the original that they never used.
Oh, really?
Until now.
Oh, I didn't even
they
realize
used a lot of sound effects too, so they did a lot to like sort of tie it with the original.
Yeah, and not only did they use the sound effects from the older movies and the original Gojira theme during the closing credits, but there were like other instances, like I think the King Kong versus Godzilla theme and the sound.
They had the military march multiple times. I think twice during the climax of the film.
Yeah, and there's also the theme music that plays when Godzilla first appears in Terror of Mechagodzilla. So
yeah,
and Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 2, I think, ran the main theme for that was during the credits.
Funny thing about that is like that track is actually specifically referred to as like the invasion of Astro Monster in the Shin Godzilla soundtrack. That's really interesting, which is weird.
And there's a Battle in Outer Space excerpt, I believe.
Yeah. So, yeah, and I think the Ghidorah the three-headed monster sort of theme played during the credits as well. So, so far, like just kind of like a restating of like some facts about the history, I guess. Nothing too substantial, but so far so good. We're like a minute in.
Yeah.
But as far as continuity goes, this one is starting completely over, even reinvents Godzilla's origin and stuff like that. And also, it's the first to potentially coexist with American-made Godzilla sequels. So we may have two different Godzilla series happening at the same time.
It's funny how that worked out.
Monsterverse was the first one to have a single continuity, and then the Reiwa era decided to pull a Millennium era. Except
but guys,
worse.
haven't you heard that Legendary is going to lose the rights to Godzilla after Godzilla vs. Kong comes out?
That's good. Yeah, they're going to lose the rights after 2020. Oh wait. Wait, what do you mean a pandemic? What? No, there's no pandemic that's going to happen that year that's going to cause that movie to be delayed a year later. What do you mean? What do you mean there's going to be another Godzilla Kong movie 3 years after the first one? What?
And then another one 3 years later.
And a series.
Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah.
What a time to be a Godzilla fan.
Funny. Yeah, it's funny how, like, again, if you exclude the Polygon trilogy and Singular Point, but even if you don't exclude them, like, there's more installments in the Monsterverse than the Reiwa era so far. Like that's
I would make the case that the MonsterVerse has done more, not just for the Reiwa era, but for the kaiju genre overall. Like Pacific Rim was the testing field to see if there was anything there, and there was, but G14 really was the one to kick it off, and then from there, everybody just decided, okay, kaiju are back, let's do this. And from that, Ultraman got how many series, including Arc, Blazar, two of the best in recent memory. Gamera came back after 17 years, and how many original kaiju properties are there? That was...
well, it depends on if you count the direct-to-video stuff from people like The Asylum.
Yeah, that was meant to be rhetorical, but you get what I mean.
And we got
there's also Colossal, the movie with Anne Hathaway, but
but that question was meant to be rhetorical, but still.
True.
If it wasn't for G14, we would not be here. We would not be in this massive boom. If G14 flopped, I don't know where the kaiju genre would be.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, Pacific Rim was definitely a sort of almost bringing the kaiju genre into sort of the mainstream or the major, like most people were aware of the kaiju genre because of Pacific Rim, but Godzilla 2014 definitely gave it the pedigree that it needed.
Pacific Rim actually is actually where people even learned the word kaiju. I still remember some of my early comments in some of my videos. People were saying, "Why are you calling Godzilla a kaiju? That word's from Pacific Rim." I'm like, no, that's just a Japanese word that you watch the movies in the original language, you'll hear it said.
That's funny.
Or hell,
so,
even if you pay attention to the lip syncing in the original movies, it matches the word.
Yeah.
So Sea Monster, I did the Cinemassacre. I downloaded Cinemassacre's YouTube video and added it into the file thing. It's sitting at the bottom of my screen at the minute. I don't know if you can access it.
Let me see. So you're saying like screen share? Oh, okay. Here, let me try that actually.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the new Godzilla movie. Overall, you like it?
I did like it, actually.
Are you able to
Pretty
pause
good.
and play it?
Now, we will have a spoiler section later on. We'll warn you when that happens.
Yeah.
Yay!
Cool.
All right. So basically, we'll just pick up right where we left off. So we'll just let it go for a bit,
Mm-hmm.
Until like a
Can
minute.
you do that,
20...
or was it just me? Can you play it, or is it just me?
I didn't do anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So for now, you're good. But before we get into anything about it, I just want to talk about the basic history again, just for anybody who doesn't know what this is, just to get you up to speed. It's the first Japanese-made Godzilla film by Toho in 12 years. It's the first to only feature Godzilla and no other monsters since '84. It's the first to feature certain music cues since '54, the original. And
Oh, yeah, he did say 84, didn't he? I was just about to say, hang on a minute, but he's like, no, he said 84. So,
Yeah.
And I also just want to point out, he said, the first Godzilla film in 12 years. Why is that? Why is that? Why is it the first film in 12 years?
Maybe first one in 2 years. I don't know. You could say.
I think he meant to say first Toho. I think he said first Toho Godzilla movie in 12 years, like the first one from Toho.
Oh yeah.
So
Wow.
Yeah, so that was what I was referring to. The fact that 2004 was just like, yep, this is the last one. We're done now. No, it's not.
I think to be a
Sorry.
No, I was just doing a John Cena reference. I was like, and Toho was like, "Are you sure about that?" About the last Godzilla.
No, it's definitely the last Godzilla. What? 2014 successful. What?
Whoa.
Oh, that's
reboot. Because typically lots of the other ones would always be connected to the original. They'd be like, a sequel to the original, but ignoring all the other ones.
You said there was certain music cues that are since the original.
like there were certain
Because they used the Godzilla theme song in a lot of the sequels.
yeah, they did, but there was a few music cues from the original that they never used.
Oh, really?
Until now.
Oh, I didn't even
They even
realize
used
that.
a lot of sound effects too, so they did a lot to like sort of tie it with the
Okay.
original. But as far as continuity goes, this one is starting completely over. Even reinvents Godzilla's origin and stuff like that, and also.
Reinvents Godzilla's origin. I'll be interested to know what he thinks Godzilla's origin is in this film. Because depending on how much you're aware of, like what the hell is going on with Goro Maki, it could be very different.
That information wasn't readily available when this video first came out. Where am I? What happened? Something's in the way.
Don't worry, I'm highlighting a comment here. 2014 didn't feel like a Toho film. Do all Toho films evoke the same feeling? Godzilla Final Wars doesn't feel like 2000 or GXMG. True. Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm really sorry about that. My dad came in. We're thinking about getting more shelves and stuff. So that's what we were looking at was space. I'm sorry about that.
You're fine. You're fine. You missed the discussion about like how we got to this point with the kaiju genre, as well as like what he mentioned. Godzilla has a completely different origin. Cianima said, I wonder what he thinks his origin is. So yeah,
I suppose we're 1 minute in. We'll suppose we'll see.
Okay, so
but
we're not
as for
far into the video.
Yeah, no, not very far at all.
I was scared that I was going to miss the entire thing when we were.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
All right.
Right.
Yeah, as for Kasaibu F29 saying about the feel of Toho films, yeah, keeping in mind this Cinemassacre is the guy who thinks like Toho films are champagne.
Yes. Yeah, I've done a whole video about that. Yeah, it's like Toho is a studio that makes Godzilla that happens to be the guys that made Godzilla. That doesn't mean that yeah, you know what I mean. I've talked that so much to death about that. It's I don't even know.
Yeah, you absolutely killed that argument. You absolutely killed it.
It just doesn't make sense the more and more you think about it.
No.
Yeah. If you
Not at all.
just prefer the Japanese movies, that's fine. If you just think, I mean, I could understand saying that like there's just an ingredient that you feel is missing that's coming from the source. I said this when I was talking to a few other people about JP3, and I said it really feels like the least Spielberg of all the Jurassic movies, and I said that had to do with the fact this was the first one he wasn't directing. And I just said there was a certain ingredient that he just put into every movie he was making at the height of his career.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of like whether or not you can define what that ingredient is. Pretty much that Spielberg had in the original Jurassic Park, and even the Lost, like that you could. I'm not even sure if you could even would the Lost World even have that or at least the original. Like you could definitely say the original had something there that you could point out.
I'm almost tempted to say that secret ingredient was John Williams.
John Williams did Lost World, so
yeah,
too.
Which I mean, I put the two of them as like part of the ingredient. But going back to Godzilla, if you just prefer that, that's fine. My whole thing is when you're not being honest in your criticism and having a double standard. When the monster does something, you criticize it, but then you kind of let it slide when it happens in Japan.
When Toho does it, because if he said that secret ingredient was the practical effects, then why the fuck are you not criticizing Shin or especially -1? Shin at least early on had practical effects for its development. Hell, there was a full-blown puppet made for it, but
animatronic.
Here's the thing that blew my mind when we were on Zim's stream, with the -1 review from James, is that he literally even showed footage of the suitmation for Zilla from the 98 film, and he said 98 film also used practical effects. It's like, okay, so either he walked back on the whole practical effects or suitmation thing being a key ingredient, if you could call it that, for a Godzilla movie to be authentic. Either he's walked back on it or he still stands by that,
but when he said it, when he first said it, it's like what 98 wasn't even on his that fact about the 98 movie wasn't even on his mind which I mean either way it looks really bad. So so now like when his like I was blown away when I saw it was like, oh, so he is aware that there was practical effects used in Godzilla 98, which even include suitmation for that title monster.
Exactly.
Well, not even like suitmation, just practical effects.
Yeah, that too.
Well, there were suits worn, especially for the Baby Raptor sequence, for the Baby Godzilla sequence.
There was a guy that was actually credited for being the guy, either like puppeteer or the suitmation guy for the 98 Godzilla. There's even a Kurt Carley, I think is his name.
Mm-hmm.
I looked into it because I included that fact in my video.
It's almost as if this standard doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
It's almost like that's the whole thing with double standards. They don't make sense.
No.
Also, I just realized, but he's wearing a Jaws shirt.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, based.
I need to watch Jaws again. I haven't seen that film in years.
Yeah.
So it's the first to potentially coexist with American-made Godzilla sequels. So we may have two different Godzilla series happening at the same time. So history has repeated itself. Every time there's an American-made Godzilla movie, it always brings the Japanese Godzilla out of hibernation. Like the 1998 version with Matthew Broderick, the one from TriStar. That one, wasn't received very well. So then Toho came back and started making them again, and they made 6 of them right there in the early 2000s. And then Godzilla Final Wars was the last of those, and that was in 2004. So it's been that long since there's been a Toho film, and I'm really happy to finally see one.
It would be awesome if the new American Godzilla sets them off to make another 6, because I'm hoping that this isn't the only one of these.
Exactly.
Oh, just a laugh at that. It's like, I hope they make new ones of these. Like, okay, what happened after this? It's like the Polygon trilogy, Singular Point.
It was just
one.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So we got what? So we got something out of the Reiwa era. 7 years after Shin. It took us a while, but we got there.
The first good Reiwa era film.
Yes.
It's also quite fascinating to think about. Like Godzilla 2000 came out in '99, and then all those films came out before 2004, or they ended in 2004. That's a 5-year period. We have loads of Godzilla films. It's like how they made some pretty good films very quickly.
Yeah. So Katsubu said Shin Godzilla was not the end of Suitmation. The Attack on Titan duology before had it, and the Toho shorts with Hedorah, and after Jet Jaguar had it. Well, I mean, the shorts definitely came years after Shin Godzilla, and I'm not sure how aware he would be about Attack on Titan.
He probably would be. Also, that's not even to mention the countless non-Godzilla kaiju stuff that's doing it nowadays.
Yeah. Have you all? I'm still waiting on it to make its Western debut. Brush of the God. I've been looking forward to that film all year. Orochi looks amazing, but like
the
I think
Orochi
when they
design,
say, like,
the Orochi design puts a smile on my face when I go to sleep.
for me,
I love that
I
look.
think when people are upset that there isn't really any tokusatsu in the Godzilla series, I don't think they mean in like the special feature stuff. I think they kind of just miss them in the films, which is understandable. I do think that despite certain monsters being limited by being a suit, I think it just had a certain charm to it.
Yeah. Oh boy, I could go on a rant about the bullshit of CGI, CGI has its place. I could go on a rant about Braden's stream where he just continuously bashed Suitmation in its own right. Gave good arguments, don't get me wrong, and he is right that CGI allows for more to do with that suits can't.
It's almost
But-
like it depends. Certain monsters like Godzilla benefit from being a guy in a suit, and monsters like Iris are probably better as CGI.
We don't want guys in suits. We want actual fucking characters.
And I think Godzilla being a suit, at the core of it, like, there is a human actor playing as Godzilla, I think has given Godzilla character just
Yeah, that's
by
why-
that nature, because even the person's movements are different.
That's why something
Haruo
like motion
Nakajima's
capture.
performance.
That's why something like motion capture, or even the imperfections or just outlandish nature of Godzilla's movements in the movies post G14, honestly just hit right. I would say people are drawn to imperfections because it makes it feel like there was something crafted here.
It makes it feel, ironically, the imperfections make it feel real.
Yeah, I mean, you got, and stuff that could happen by accident could make the experience seem all the more authentic. Like when the Godzilla suit in Terror Mechagodzilla got set on fire.
Also, it makes for some really funny behind-the-scenes comedy.
Oh boy!
Like,
That
have you
one.
like, just seeing all the clips of the people in the Godzilla suit just dancing?
That
Baragon Rieota, so happy I got to meet her.
Oh damn!
Yeah.
I really wish they showed GMK at G Fest. That would be so cool.
I've been meaning to show some of my friends of this one. Baragon's become an inside joke with my IRL friend group. It's become an in-joke because I showed them all GMK. And what do you know, they all really liked it.
Nice.
It really is something about GMK that really just sets it apart, doesn't it?
It's so good.
It's kind of like Spielberg with Jurassic Park. It's kind of go with kaiju.
Yeah.
He's got that something, that je ne sais quoi.
Yeah. I want to do a video at some point, because most of the video essays I want to talk about are non-Godzilla kaiju stuff, because I want to do that. But when I do talk about Godzilla, one of the big ones that I want to do is I would make the claim that GMK is the perfect representation of not just Godzilla, but the kaiju genre as a whole. It has everything that you could find in a kaiju movie, in a general kaiju movie, or just across the genre, all rolled into one perfect, well, near perfect, but still well put together story.
It is, I think, when people think Godzilla movie, GMK is that formula, what people have in their heads, but perfected.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much the reason why I picked. There's a reason why I picked GMK for like the first like essay video series of my channel, because it's like, well, I mean, it's pretty much it's pretty much like an easy film to like really find like a lot of merit in, in terms of writing, in terms of how the spectacle is handled with monsters, how the monsters are done, how the human characters are done. There's a lot to really appreciate about that movie.
Yeah. It's all topped off by a scrapped concept that's better than what we actually got, even if what we actually got is still pretty good.
It's like being told, it's like getting a 4-star meal and then the person eating the food is then told, by the way, you almost had Gordon Ramsay cook your meal, but he couldn't make it in time because his car broke.
Damn it! Yeah, dude.
It was like, I would just say like, you guys still did. I would just be like, well, you guys still did a great job. Anyway, I mean, you guys still did pretty great. He'd be proud of you guys.
I don't think that's. I wouldn't agree. I would say Gordon Ramsay still cooked the meal. He just didn't have the ingredients he wanted to use and improvised.
Yeah, that's a more apt comparison.
That's even better.
Yeah, that's a more apt
He just didn't
analogy.
get to use Varin and Anguirus.
Yeah.
Toho said no, use Ghidorah and Mothra. And he was like, oh, okay, as long as I can still make the movie.
Like,
so
Mothra, I
It's
kind
so
of
weird
get.
Like, it's so weird how cinema and food just make for perfect analogies.
Yeah. I find
Also, it makes me hungry.
Yeah. Also, like Mothra, I kind of get in universe because Mothra is canonically more of a guardian character, Ghidorah just straight up doesn't belong. So yeah.
Ghidorah is very out of place, but yeah, I mean, at least we got a banger design.
They kind of justified it by saying he was connected to Orochi.
I think they just, at least to me, it kind of read as this is Orochi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By another name.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, I would say like they at least like have it, like not just that, but they also like justify Ghidorah being there because he's like the one that gives Godzilla the hardest time among the three guardian monsters. Like, much like how Ghidorah is often portrayed, like he's pretty much like compared to like Mothra or Baragon, Ghidorah would just is clearly like very formidable as an adversary against Godzilla.
Yeah.
So like they stayed true to that tradition. They did a swap with the hero villain dynamic, that we see Godzilla and Ghidorah have. They just subverted it.
All right.
Anyways,
let's get back
I think
to
we
it.
need to get going.
So
This is going to be
2 minutes in,
long,
and we're 1 hour into our stream, 2 minutes into the video.
And we're already off
We're
topic.
doing good.
To be fair, the first 40 minutes of this were just us rambling. The video hadn't even started yet.
we were waiting for people to come. We were waiting for here's the thing. It's like Jaws or like Godzilla 2014. You don't get the good. Sometimes you just got good stuff. The good stuff takes time.
This is the Godzilla 2014 of Sea Monster Live.
Which means we have to
I
cut
hope that
away
they
now,
start
right?
making them again.
Yeah. Go ahead.
But
It means we have to cut away. Go quickly,
Yeah.
quickly, find a child.
Yeah, the Gareth Edwards one in 2014 from Legendary Pictures. That was a great attempt, I thought, but I still wasn't very satisfied. I had some gripes with it. So, what did you think of that one?
anyone, we're just gonna ignore him.
Attempt.
I was gonna say attempt. What the?
What
How
do
did you say that as
mean? What do you mean attempt? Well, okay, technically every single Godzilla movie is an attempt, but it's just.
I think what he means is, it was like. I think what he's saying here is they're like, just imagining him like to America. He's like, good try, but I still think you missed it.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to figure out what he means.
So we're going to be looking at his 2014 review next week then.
I don't know. I'll maybe we'll see. I'll look into that. I'll get back to you guys on that maybe. But yeah, it's on the docket maybe.
Yeah, Kasaibu in the chat just said it. A backhanded compliment.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what that felt like.
That's what it is.
It was
Anyway.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it just didn't feel like a Godzilla movie. It was my only thing. The Godzilla looked a lot more like he should have than in the 1998 version, but it still didn't have that like Toho feeling to it.
There's something about the
Goddamn Toho feeling.
What do you mean Toho feeling? If you're referring to practical effects, specify that.
If you're, hang on, let James Rolfe finish what he was saying. Because it looked like he was
Tone, yeah.
The
responding.
tone of it, yeah. I thought it was okay though.
Yeah, I thought so
Oh.
too. And I elaborate further in my review of it. So if you want to know more about what I think of that one, watch my second review of that one, because the second one I go more in depth. So
We are going to
Okay.
have to do that one, aren't we?
Okay,
Get that on the
so
schedule.
yeah, well, so basically what they're saying is like it was missing like did you say like it was missing the tone, or it had the tone of a Toho Godzilla movie, or
He's saying that like the tone is what he felt was missing from 2014.
oh my god.
I don't agree with that entirely.
Let's avoid. Let's go back. Let's pause at the let's look at the movies from the early 2000s onward, before Shin Godzilla. 2000, a very traditional and albeit far more serious film that feels like it directly jumps the Heisei era tone albeit more grounds it a lot more. Megaguirus, basically 2000, but a little bit less grounded. GMK, basically 54, though basically 54 with slight elements of Mothra versus Godzilla's tone. Kiryu Duology, because they both have very similar tones. Far more lighthearted versions of Godzilla 2000. Final Wars, basically every single 90s Hollywood film combined.
With elements of like with elements of like the late Showa era Godzilla movies all packed into a blender.
Don't forget the Dragon Ball. You have to add the Dragon Ball.
I would compare the Kiryu
and the Matrix
tone to like shonen anime. But to go to the animation thing, I've said this before, and I'm just curious because the two people have said, because I'm just curious what Omni and Cianimus would think. I am like 80% convinced Final Wars would have been a lot more well received if it was animated.
I can agree with that.
I don't know. If it's animated, but it's still the exact same plot and dialogue and performances and everything else.
I at least feel like the fighting with the humans would have felt less jarring for people and felt less matrixy.
Because with animation, especially around that time, you can get away with a lot more eccentricities that you wouldn't be able to do with a live action production.
Yeah, but I've never heard anyone critique that part of the movie. That was what people were doing back in that era, because you had the Matrix and you had the X-Men movies and other superhero movies that were starting to take more advantage of those newer technologies and going a bit more wild and over the top with what their action could do.
Fair enough.
That I don't think was the problem. The problem where am I? Hearing.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
That's what it feels like to be literally rickrolled. Anyway, but like I said, I've laid out my problems before. The problems for me have nothing to do with with the over-the-top action. Over-the-top anything can technically exist in live action if it's done right. Have you ever seen Airplane or Hot Shots or any of those other kind of movies that are just completely out there, outlandish screwball stuff in every possible way, but they're all live action. They just work on cartoon logic. So people accept those. It's not a question of it being animated. I think that the issue is more that maybe Final Wars, ironically enough, it might be a similar issue to the Polygon movies. Maybe that should have been a series, because it feels like if it had more room to expand on certain things, it could have been a Monster of the Week series where you have the first few episodes setting things up with the Exilians eventually bringing down the hammer on mankind. Then they release Godzilla. Then you have the next few episodes in the middle that are just them going all over the world and attacking the monsters. And each monster actually gets properly highlighted instead of being only there for 5 seconds at a time. And then you have the last few episodes devoted to the final battle in Tokyo with the humans on board the ship, and then Godzilla's down in the city dealing with Monster X and Gigan, and Mothra shows up. That, I think, is the issue. It feels like it was a 26-episode anime that was condensed to, an hour and a half long? Roughly,
2 hours.
A 2-hour-long movie. Either way, condensing 26 episodes down to 2 hours, that's not generally going to be conducive to the story. So,
right.
That's fair.
To bring us into them, I'm trying to reel us back in. Sorry.
Well, I just want to say the animation might have helped with the monster designs, because I do feel like when they went slimmer with the designs, it highlighted the fact that these are guys in suits because they weren't hiding the human proportions. That might have been benefited from the animation. But as far as everything else, I think it's more an issue of how it was written. That's just me, though.
I was just curious to see what you thought of that. But I guess to bring us back to this, the person with the Rick Astley profile picture, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but I think I was just wanting to mention something that he said in chat. I think he's trying to argue G14 has too much realistic and Hollywoody energy, which I
I
don't.
think we really have to watch his review to really understand what he's going on about there. Which, yeah, I think we should try and ignore all his other stuff as much as possible and try and focus on Shin Godzilla. Otherwise, I think we're going to be here a while.
Yeah, it could be. If if there's like one comment I would say about Freshly Madge's comment there, it would be, I would say the whole realistic and Hollywood energy to it is that 2014 had. It's like, well, I mean, they probably do want to like make it into like a franchise where they could go bigger, but they just want to. But maybe they wanted to start it off with like, something where it's a little more grounded. It's like it's weird that he would say like if he were to say that like it's a bad thing. It's like, well, how can, like, I don't know, like like being realistic is just, or Hollywood being realistic or grounded is like, it's not like like really something that you could qualify as being good or bad. It's just, well, it's just the tone. What matters is like how the story that has that tone is executed. Let's just say. I mean, I'm pretty sure people, like most people, with a reasonable perspective, would say that Batman v Superman wasn't bad because it was too grounded or too realistic. It's rather because like it was like the issue was that the movie was written as if it was like two movies that they wanted to do, but it was like just crammed into one.
And then they chopped 30 minutes out of it.
Yeah, they chopped 30 minutes out of it. I would say even like that, the issue of it seeming like two movies in one, it's like even that, it's like, I mean, it certainly doesn't help for the theatrical version that they chopped like a whole 30 minutes out of the movie. That would have helped. But yeah, I would say that issue would still kind of persists even with the Ultimate Edition. It's just the Ultimate Edition is like has a little more time to breathe, let's just say, to elaborate some stuff. And this is coming from someone who likes BVS, so I mean, I'm willing to kind of like agree. Like, yeah, they definitely tried to pack like more, tried to bite off more than they could chew with it. But anyways, let's get back on track.
The release of this movie has been a little bit confusing because it came out in Japan this past July, and for a while we weren't really sure on when we would ever get to see it here. And then they were saying that a company called New World Cinemas was going to be distributing it here, and that turned out to be completely bogus. And it turned out it was really confusing because New World Pictures was a company that distributed the Godzilla 1985. So this is a totally unrelated company. But anyway, Funimation came in, thankfully, and is releasing it here in some limited theaters. So thanks to Funimation, it is coming out. So we got to see it.
That
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, I didn't get to see it at all in the cinemas over here. It just, if it did turn up here, it did not turn up near me.
Yeah,
I don't think -1 made it to the UK either.
No,
-1 did.
Oh, it did?
It did, but very limited. Apparently, it's coming back. So apparently,
yeah.
I hope an IMAX showing is near me, because if I want to see -1 in IMAX, I didn't get that chance.
I saw it twice in IMAX. Well, I saw -1 in IMAX, and then I saw -color in IMAX. Well, it wasn't IMAX; it was an IMAX-esque setting, but still.
Right.
Yeah.
I do wonder whether Shin Godzilla, like the way they distributed it, because clearly just the way Mr. Rolfe is describing it here, it sounds very confused, very disorganized for the worldwide distribution. But then when -1 came out, it was a bit more organized. It was a bit more like, here is when it's going to be released. It's going to be at these countries at these times. It sounded like Toho had their act together more, because the old Godzilla films, a lot of them you just didn't see. You had to get like DVDs of them, or in my case, my dad recorded them off Channel 4 at midnight. They're all just, you've got them in random locations in random times. So Toho didn't seem to have much concentration on the worldwide distribution. But now, because of obviously like people are more interconnected worldwide, Toho seem to be like catching up with making sure everybody gets to see this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Yeah.
An early screener, but there's other screenings popping up around the U.S. There's a premiere in L.A., which I think just happened, and then one in New York City, and then there's going to be some limited theatrical run October 11th. The movie has 2 titles, and I feel like it wouldn't be a real Godzilla movie if there wasn't more than one title. Shin Godzilla and Godzilla Resurgence, but I don't think they're calling it that anymore. I don't know, because
Wow, I just
Godzilla
got hit with a
Resurgence was
blast from the
supposed to
past.
be...
sorry?
I remember when this movie was getting announced and it was being called Resurgence.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly,
Yeah, I
that's
remember
a better
that. I
title.
don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know when that stopped being a thing.
Yeah.
Can't
Having
be because
seen
of
the
Independence Day.
It wouldn't have really made much sense anyway.
Yeah. Well, it probably would have made sense in a meta context because Godzilla is resurging, but it's just
Well,
Yeah, but
Shin
for the movie
Shin
itself.
doesn't really make sense in a like Shin is only really gonna make sense in a meta context either, depending on what you think Shin means in the title of Shin Godzilla.
Well, these days it's just branding, because now we've also gotten Shin Ultraman and Shin Kamen Rider, and there was Evangelion before it, which the original title has Shin at the beginning, so...
I think Shin, in the context they're using it, is meant to be new.
Oh, I did a whole video breaking down why I think they went with Shin instead. Short version is, I think, like... basically, it can have those 3 meanings. It can mean new, it can mean God, it can mean true. But there's always the question of if it means true Godzilla, true compared to what? The only other thing you would compare it to contemporarily is the legendary Godzilla. And I wonder... I mean, I can't obviously prove it, but a part of me does wonder if that's why they went with it instead. Like even Toho was having a bit of Toho purism at the time or something.
Which would be kind of ironic now. Yeah, it'd be ironic now considering that the MonsterVerse Godzilla is the one that's still going, and Shin Godzilla just disappeared.
the American name for it.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, but the version we saw said Shin Godzilla. So I don't know, but Shin means true, new, or God. So I'm just going to call it God Godzilla. After all, they compare him to God in the movie. So anyway, let's talk about the movie more now. So as we said already, it felt more like an authentic Godzilla movie. And that's what I hoped for in my trailer response video when I talked about it. I said that, it's not, for me, it's not a real Godzilla movie unless it's made in Japan.
Yeah.
It's the same thing as champagne. Anybody can make sparkling.
Oh, damn it.
Here we go.
So he just said it. He basically just said what makes it authentic, what makes it a true Godzilla movie is if it's Japanese.
Yeah.
So by that logic, Daiei can make a Godzilla movie and it would be authentic.
At this, I feel like, dude, I swear that meme will never die. It's just the meme of like the person with the blank expression as it says thing, and then they go all crazy when it says Japanese thing. That meme will never die.
Because he said this in these videos, if he goes on to backtrack or like take it back in later videos, these ones are still going to be here. People are still going to see them. People are still going to get annoyed by it.
History shows again and again.
How nature points out the folly of man.
Well, actually, that makes for an interesting point. Many people consider that to be like the definitive Godzilla rock ballad, but it wasn't made in Japan, so
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people just have I think a lot of people just have an exception for the non-film medium. It's like, how many people have been talking about the Hanna-Barbera Godzilla films in the lineup, the not films show, in the lineup of Godzilla media, or even Godzilla the series outside of the context of the '98 movie, or the comics on their own. I think that's something that I've noticed. So, yeah, I think people just make exceptions for the non-mainstream stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of I get the feeling with well, I don't get the feeling. I can actually it's blatant that when you see a lot of this stuff from people, like again, I've seen a lot of reviews for Godzilla King of the Monsters. A lot of opinions are just like, I don't think it's this because I feel it. There's no critical analysis. There's no like grounded evidencing of their opinions. It's just I feel this way, therefore. Which, again, could I watch all sorts of stuff. There's a YouTube channel called Sir Sick that I watch who does a lot of debunking videos, and the amount of people who like, let's say, flat Earth, people who say the Earth is flat. It's like, why is the Earth flat? Well, because I think it is, because I feel it is. You're like, oh, for God's sakes. So then you're watching these reviews of films and whatnot, and you're like, oh, this film's terrible. Why? Oh, I feel it. I feel that it's bad. Yeah. God damn it.
Well,
or it's like, yeah, or in Cinemassacre, in James Rolfe's case, it's like Godzilla versus Kong or what have you is a good attempt at Godzilla, at American version of Godzilla, but it's missing that certain ingredient that the Toho made ones had. It's like, what's that ingredient? It's like, well, I feel that the ingredient is. It's like, yeah, but what is it, James? What is the ingredient?
That's the problem. Is it's like he's being so vague. If I would genuinely want to see what, like, if I got the chance, I would talk to him and say, okay, so you say that the Toho films have an ingredient the MonsterVerse is missing. Well, what do you mean by that?
What is it?
Yeah,
like what is the ingredient? I would love to know.
I think what's bugging us about this, in case people are wondering, I don't think it's so much that like you said, C. Animus, there are people who say that it just feels a certain way. You know, some people, when they're not necessarily well versed in the topic, they won't be able to articulate why they think a certain thing, so they can just equate it to a feeling. James Rolfe, as far as I understand, he studied film in college. He was going to be a filmmaker before AVGN took off.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, he did become. He was a bit of a. Well, he even was a bit of a filmmaker with the AVGN movie, but that was kind of a disaster.
Yeah.
So,
but the thing is, he should know. He should be able to articulate it.
He went to school for this specific medium. He should know better.
Yeah, Sorry.
Somebody in my video about Simon Pegg, someone put a comment video saying he was what was it? He studied Japanese cinema or something like that, or he's a professor of Japanese cinema, something along those lines. Basically, he should be an authority in Japanese cinema. Therefore, when he talks about Godzilla, he has more authority in the matter than any of us do.
And here's something that I said.
But he's like, his opinion's rubbish.
That's something that I heard in response to Simon Pegg calling the MonsterVerse cultural appropriation, and I just have used this as response. I just say, well, I guess Toho's guilty of cultural appropriation too, and points to their King Kong movies. Oh wait, no, but it's different because Japan's punching up and shoving.
Oh, nice. British boy here with the -1 thumbnail said Toho purists adopted James Champagne analogy as a coping mechanism to deal with 2014 success.
Except I think the timeline is a little. I think your timeline's a little off because it's like I feel like they would have adopted this after 2014 success.
Well, yeah. That's why they're. Well, it would have to. Well, they would definitely
never
be
mind.
aware. Because Shin
did
Godzilla happened after 2014.
Yeah.
When did he first express that sentiment? I know he expressed it in the trailer reaction to Shin Godzilla.
I feel
think.
that's the earliest I remember hearing it.
Yeah. I'm honestly not sure if his re-review on 2014 has him say that. I would have to check back to make sure, but I could definitely say that the trailer reaction to the Godzilla Resurgence trailer video is the earliest instance that I can think of. So, and yeah, it would definitely make sense that it would carry over into this review.
But we still haven't addressed the fact that what he said makes it truly authentic is specifically that it's from Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Hence the champagne comparison. Like, champagne can only be made in certain place in a certain conditions. In his opinion, with that sort of analogy, he's then saying that Godzilla can only be made in Japan by Toho with specific conditions. But as Sea Monster quite thoroughly broke apart, is that there is no like condition that any of the Toho Godzilla films actually meet.
They're all wildly inconsistent when you actually stop and look at the lineup. Like,
yeah, and
I think the champagne analogy could be applied to King Kong, and the exact same thing would happen. In fact, I actually say it's more applicable to King Kong. But even then, that's just because nobody tried anything with King Kong until Toho happened. Then everybody decided, okay, screw that, we're trying again. And then Kong Skull Island happened.
Yeah, and I would even say like Toho is like the only. If it's like some kind of like authoritative thing where only Toho could make like a real authentic Godzilla movie, it's like, well, what if the Godzilla movies that they make are terrible? Because like, yeah, it's like it doesn't like it just dances around the whole thing of like, well, here's the thing: what if somebody outside of like the original territory makes a better version of like either Champagne or a Godzilla movie than the company that was like the Godzilla's place of origin or Champagne's place of origin? Like, what if someone like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how many times you could say like, oh, but it's not real Champagne. It's like, yeah, but what if it's good?
Yeah, but what if it's like an improvement? What if someone outside of the place of origin was like, okay, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna make it work, and then it works, and they've perfected it. For all you know, maybe I'm gonna use the food analogy again. Someone makes a dish in a European country. It's good. That dish comes over to America for whatever reason, and they're like, this is good, hang on, but I think it could go well with something like this, and then that meal or whatever gets super popular. That's what I'm thinking is going on here. But
or maybe natural proper analogy. Oh, sorry.
I was even just going to say, like, keeping it even within the United States, you have certain foods that are considered regional. Jersey-style subs, New York-style pizza, but you can find them served everywhere. So,
like Chicago deep dish. That's probably one of the first examples that I can think of with region style food. Good food, by the way. I love that.
There's a very specific, very applicable example I can think of. Elden Ring is made by From Software, and it's basically a spiritual successor to the Dark Souls series, and it has all the trappings of it. Everything basically has been transferred over to Elden Ring, but Elden Ring's made it bigger. And so many people are complaining about how Elden Ring does things. Like it's a almost natural progression from the Dark Souls series, and that's the problem. Because it's advanced from it, it's kind of got worse. Then along comes Lies of P, which is essentially Dark Souls but better. And people praised it. Went, this game is better. Sorry.
Well, I think that's a little subjective. I mean, I've played Dark Souls 1, tried 2, didn't like it, finished 3, played Elden Ring and Bloodborne, and also tried Lies of P. And at least from my own experience, I enjoyed Elden Ring significantly more than Lies of P.
This is the thing is that Elden Ring is a very different beast compared to Dark Souls, and again, it's an advancement from it. Whereas Lies
Even
of
Dark
P,
Souls
some
3 is
people are
an
considering it
entirely
like
different beast
return
from
to
Ring.
form. So it's like Lies of P is more of a return to form to what Dark Souls used to be. It's a more concentrated linear experience almost. I've not actually played Lies of P. This is all just I'm getting from other people who've played it, saying that it's like Dark Souls but better, whereas Elden Ring's a much more divorced, different creature altogether. And you could say that about the Toho film. Well, you can definitely say that about the Toho films. Like if you go from 1954, which everyone seems to do, to Godzilla 2014, there's a very distinct line connecting the two. Whereas if you go from 1954 to Shin, and then from Shin to say the Polygon trilogy or Singular Point, that line becomes a bit more blurry.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I wonder that this just popped into my head, and I don't know if it actually works as a comparative analogy, but I'll throw it out to you guys and see if you guys decide if it works or not. Would you say that saying it's an authentic Godzilla movie if it comes from Japan is akin to saying it's an authentic Conan the Barbarian movie if it stars Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Ooh.
I'm just throwing that out there for debate.
I mean,
because there was the Jason Momoa one, wasn't there?
Mm-hmm. And there was a cartoon, but hardly anyone remembers that.
I remember it.
I'm not entirely sure because the difference is Japan is a place. Arnold Schwarzenegger is a person.
But you can make the argument like the part of the reason a lot of people say that Indiana Jones has never been recast is because Harrison Ford is Indiana Jones. If you tried casting someone else, like there were the rumors, I think Chris Pratt was going to be playing in a reboot at some point that obviously never happened. But a lot of people were saying you can't do that because Harrison Ford is so inextricably linked to that character. So I'm just throwing this out there.
Here's the thing: if in the case of Indiana Jones, like if that reboot was like good and Chris Pratt like was able to like knock the role out of the park pretty much and exude like the whole Harrison Ford vibe, you know, while still having it be like his own, and then I don't really think people would complain about that. In fact, I would say, given the reality of what we have now, with like another Indiana Jones movie with Harrison Ford that came out, that was absolutely terrible. Don't trust me. Yeah. It's like I think people would be more inclined now more than ever to have been like, I wonder what a Chris Pratt Indiana Jones movie actually would have looked like. It would have to be better than what we had then. In an Indiana Jones movie where like where Mutt Williams like died in Vietnam off screen, and the happy ending that Indy and Marion Ravenwood had at the end of Crystal Skull was like completely undone, just so Indiana Jones could just be like a miserable, drunken old man, who pretty much just kind of like who nobody cares about anymore, as we see at the beginning of the movie, as he's like retiring from his old position, only to have like his goddaughter, who's like the most unlikable, like piece of filth like out there, just kind of like pretty much just kind of forcing him along and just making him come off as like inferior throughout the whole thing, to where they literally resolve him like dying and pretty much wanting to stay behind in a different point in history by her just knocking him out and him just waking up like an inexplicable amount of time later.
You didn't like the film then?
No, I didn't. I did not care for it. If in case anyone can't tell, like I'm not even like a diehard Indiana Jones person and all that, but my heart wept for every fan of that franchise, pretty much for everyone that grew up with it. Yeah, because Dial of Destiny is really, really bad. It's definitely worse than Shin. If anyone like Shin Godzilla fans can at least rejoice in saying like, don't worry, guys, your favorite Godzilla movie is still better than Dial of Destiny.
Oh, thank God. Actually, no, I haven't seen Dial of Destiny, but I don't plan to. I don't plan to.
It's a miserable experience, and it's like it's so long. It's such a long movie, and it's like just that dreadful.
Yeah,
the fact that James Mangold made it.
Every time I see that movie, I always feel. Every time I see clips of that movie, I always feel bad for Harrison Ford because he very clearly did not want to be there.
Are we talking about Dial of Destiny? I had to go use the restroom.
He actually did want to be there. That's why he agreed to do Star Wars, but I'm sure he regretted it once he realized where it was going.
Yeah, and the regret is very clearly on his face during every single scene that I've seen.
We'll be right back.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
I don't.
Yeah.
I guess while we're in this intermission, I don't know if we should wait until after we get done. Is why Toho purism is just, I think, a bad mentality, and why I think that it.
Hurts. Any kind of purity, in terms of stuff like this, any kind of fixation on one thing as the good thing, against all other things, will always be bad. Because when the thing that you consider to be the good thing goes bad, then you have to start like rationalizing it, which becomes a bit of a problem. Because when you start rationalizing a bad thing as good, that's when you start getting into like zealotry, which is what Godzilla King of the Monsters was talking about a lot of. Is just like once you start going down the road of zealotry, you've gone too far.
Yeah, maybe that's why people didn't like King of the Monsters, because it was pretty much like sort of like hitting them at their core, some of those people's cores, you know, like they're like, how dare you how dare that movie for like attacking me.
Maybe it made its point well enough that people subconsciously understood it and didn't like it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's really bizarre. Like how just especially when you have people who can't really like rationalize like why a Godzilla movie, you know, pretty much like when they try to rationalize how an American Godzilla movie like 2014 would end up doing well, you know, and try to be like, oh well, you know, Shin Godzilla, that's legit Godzilla because it's from Toho. Like America, like what is that? 2014? No, that ain't Godzilla.
I would say G14 did well for the same reason the Transformers movies did well, because it is a popular IP being reinvented in the modern day after, well, a while of disappearance, quote unquote.
Transformers didn't really disappear though.
Yeah, but it wasn't as main. Yeah, but it wasn't as mainstream. It was still there. It was still very much there, but it wasn't as mainstream, at least up until the point of the Bay movies happening.
Yeah, and here's what I would say. Like when I pretty much like saw -1 in theaters, or when I went into it, I definitely thought it would be like kind of an interesting experience to see a Toho Godzilla movie, because like I mean, but it's mainly because I have seen as much as I like the American Godzilla movies, and I really do, at least, well, yeah, like them, but at least would say that a couple American Godzilla movies are really, really good, like 2014 and King of the Monsters. There is something about like seeing a Japanese Godzilla movie that is kind of that, like, in a way, I could kind of see why someone would find it hard to describe like the vibe there were, such as it is. for seeing a Japanese Godzilla movie as opposed to an American Godzilla movie. But unlike people like James Rolfe, who would try to like say that there is like this weird, bizarre dichotomy, that is just totally unfounded. I would at least be like, it's like, no, like this movie is, I would still say that -1 is no more Godzilla than something like 2014 or King of the Monsters. It's just, like I'd never seen a Japanese Godzilla movie in a theater until -1. I didn't even see Shin Godzilla when it came out. So thankfully not, but but that's beside the point. On the one hand, I could kind of understand that there is like a certain vibe that a Japanese Godzilla movie does have, where it's like, oh, this thing came directly from Japan, but it's really
what I'm thinking, at least to me, what this sort of enigmatic ingredient is that he's describing. I think it's just that there's a difference in filmmaking between a Japanese film and an American movie made from Hollywood. I think that's what it is. I think it's just that there is a difference in how movies are made.
But -1 feels very Hollywood to me.
Yeah. Or
just
how
the way it's filmed and the quality of it and whatnot. -1 feels very more Hollywood to me than a lot of the Toho films. If you'd swapped all the actors out for American actors, that film would have looked exactly like that. Whereas you look at Shin Godzilla, the way it's filmed and like the pacing of it and whatnot, that doesn't feel like a Hollywood film. That feels like something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels more like anime.
I'm trying to rationalize what he says, what he's like describing here.
Actually, yeah, we've got a video to watch, haven't we?
Yeah, we do. We have been talking for about 40 minutes. So, yeah, we need to go.
4 minutes in. Let's go.
Hey.
Sparkling wine and call it champagne, but if it's not from France, it's not really champagne.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Godzilla.
I felt the exact same way. Yeah, it's just Japan has a different culture, and I think when anybody else tries to make a Godzilla movie, it just doesn't feel the same way because it's not coming from the same people.
Yeah.
And this movie at least had that feeling to it. There were parts of the movie where I actually felt like, okay, I'm watching an actual Godzilla movie here, which felt good because it's been.
I'm going to make a montage video of all the times they say "feel."
Make a drinking game out of it.
Take a Oh God, I'm just. Oh no, I have an awful idea.
What?
Oh, no.
So, whenever you decide to bite the bullet and cover Platoon, make a drinking game where every time he makes a racist, ableist, or just kind of slightly offensive comment, take a drink. Take a swing.
Every time he insults the audience, yeah.
Every time he insults anyone.
Yeah, that would.
I went back and watched some of his older content. Dude is way worse than I remember. Like, I rewatched his Thor: Love and Thunder video, the one that got me into his content. I still agree with the outcome that the movie is shit, but wow, dude, chill out.
I really hope he gets. I really hope, and I'll say this, but then we really need to get back to this. Sorry, but
here's the thing about that. Here's the thing I would like to add. Like, well, I mean, first of all, if I were to do a stream on Lil Platoon's GXK video, it would have to be like a 2-part stream. Like, we would just take a week, stop at some point, take a week or two off, and then come right back. You know, and second of all, it's like it is definitely really fascinating because he's definitely a fascinating case because like I don't know if anyone had seen like the EFAP highlights vid where he kind of like tears down like Keemstar when he showed up for all like the 1998 stuff. He's willing to he's able to actually seem like pretty reasonable in terms of just critiquing Keemstar's Keem's points about why he's doing what he's doing, or why he's still letting Boogie be on the show despite him lying about cancer. But it's like, but then you watch his GXK video, just like, one is not like the other.
So about the video, we were just talking. Like, he said it was about the culture and how something from a different culture feels different. But we were also just saying that something like -1 feels very Hollywood.
Exactly.
So
I think,
but then that
there's
raises
so
the
much.
question. Yeah, but that raises the question, like, what is it about? Again, this is where the "you should be able to articulate, so why aren't you" thing comes in. What is it just about being made in a different culture that makes something like a movie specifically different?
Is there something here you can rationalize, or is it your own internal bias?
Yeah,
They just keep saying "feel" all the time. It feels like that.
Can you
It is literally
describe
just.
when you use the term
It's
feel?
just nothing. It's a nothing burger. It's an absolute nothing burger.
Are you
when
referring
you
to
use the
the
term,
fact that the film is, and I'm using this in regards to Shin, that are they saying this in regards to because of how specific the topic for Shin is, like
could
the
be.
2011 disaster? Is it that I really, that's the thing. It's so unclear.
Yeah, but the thing is, if that is what they're saying, if it's about the specific topic and how it's something that can only be Japanese because that's what it's drawing from, I mean, then there are other Godzilla movies there that aren't necessarily that specific. Like, I mean,
Not every movie is covering a specifically Japanese issue. I can only think of a few that come to mind like that. King Kong versus Godzilla, 84 and GMK are the first ones that come to mind.
Yeah, but meanwhile, something like Godzilla 2000, I mean, that could have easily been made in America. If that had been what Godzilla 98 was, then Godzilla 98 would have been much better. But it was very much a Hollywood, it felt like a Hollywoodized idea. I've said in the past, G2K feels like it's a distilled Godzilla movie. Everything you would expect from one with I know that was said about GMK earlier, but I would say G2K is the same thing, but with a bit more of the whimsy.
Yeah, no,
Right.
I agree with you. While GMK is representative of the genre as a whole, Godzilla 2000 feels like the most traditional Godzilla movie ever made. Also, I find it really funny that you mentioned that. You said it feels Americanized, and I immediately thought of the 94 script that was before 98. It's like, you look at that script, that is pretty much, if that script was done nowadays, this would probably be perfect for a MonsterVerse film. All you'd have to do is change it up a little bit.
Unfortunately, you
In
couldn't get
Minecraft
Christopher
world.
Lee for it, but oh well.
Doesn't that sound familiar to something you did?
Yes. Watch my watch my Godzilla the Arrival pitch.
Yeah, the thing about the whole like reason why people kind of consider the '98 Godzilla to be like not legit Godzilla, at least as far as like making that stipulation goes, like you have to like look into it. Like it really isn't just because you have like it's not very substantive when you say like, oh, Toho wasn't responsible for it, it was Hollywood that made it, that's why it wasn't authentic Godzilla. It's like, no, I think it's a little like what makes a Godzilla movie it's a little more complicated than that.
I honestly wonder what the state of this discourse would be if we got the original plan instead of 98 and we didn't really get Toho making movies again until the mid 2000s. I honestly wonder what would have happened, because it feels like 98. It feels like a lot of older fans, because this is where I see the Toho purism most often, is in older fans, people that in the age range of James Rolfe, and even to some other extent, some people like Steve Rifle, Ed Gotzachelski, and David Callett, who I've, at least from what I've seen and read,
tend to kind of have dismissed 2014 and stuff as because they were made by America. I'm trying to remember who wrote it in regards to 2014. They said America is incapable of making an honest Godzilla. I don't remember who wrote that, but I know it was one of the
There are so
three
many
that I
people.
mentioned.
All the reviews I watched, you get people saying America can't make a Godzilla film because then they would all have a different opinion. It's like none of them had a consistent opinion about why an American Godzilla film can't be a Japanese Godzilla film.
If just
one person would say it's because there's not enough fighting in it, another person would say because of the thematics don't work, another person would say, and none of them would agree with each other. And again, it just all comes down to this is what I feel about it.
Actually, I will say this, like, since we're talking about the cultural thing and G98 came up, I can actually articulate why Godzilla 98 feels like a very American movie. Because it's got the gung-ho military aspect.
I actually brought this up.
Got the patriotism thing. So you can actually point to stuff there and you can say, yeah, that's about as American as a monster movie can get.
I was I wasn't talking about 98, but for a film class I took in college, I took a semester ago. We were watching, I think, The Siege, and I said that it felt very familiar to 98 in terms of tone, because it's that whoa, yeah, USA, USA, like same vibe that I felt 98 had. I'm gonna quote Roland Tennell. I'm gonna quote Roland Tennell here. He said, "It's big, it's loud, it's dumb, it's a Roland Emmerich movie, or I guess in this case, it's a 90s movie." Because the 90s were, in terms of filmmaking, were like the height of, I feel, America's ego, because they just beat the Soviet Union and the Cold War was over.
Yeah,
right.
And that stopped in...
He would have rivaled it, but yeah.
Yeah, hell, that's something that Pointless Hub pointed out with his 98 review. You compare that to something like Cloverfield's, the attitudes in both same country, but the cultural context is completely different when you throw in the added flavor of 9/11. It's
also interesting how they both are like very close in terms of years apart.
Yeah,
98 was I think
like this
3
one was
years before 9/11, and Cloverfield was like 6,
7.
Yeah, Cloverfield was
6 or 7.
7. Yeah, Cloverfield was exactly 10 years apart from Godzilla 98, and the cultural shift is incredibly noticeable.
Yeah, honestly, those could make for a very interesting double feature.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Like Omniviewer kind of like nailed it in the head as far as like why Godzilla 98 is a very American Godzilla movie, and which also would explain why people would definitely have this bias against Godzilla 98 as a Godzilla movie. It's something a little more like you have to start peeling back some layers to find the reason why Godzilla 98 doesn't, as someone would say, feel like a Godzilla movie, if we want to use their terminology. Because it's a little more complex. Like the thematics and what's the attitudes or tone or what have you is kind of what would make a Godzilla movie seem like a Godzilla movie, as opposed to how Godzilla 98, as people would often cite, seems a bit more like a redux version of like Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. Whereas with something like Godzilla 2014, we definitely have there's a lot more elements in that movie's story that is like, oh yeah, this is totally Godzilla. I don't know what people like James are smoking when they say it doesn't feel authentic, because this feels as authentic as a Japanese Godzilla movie. It's just that the techniques in making it are different from the norm. That's really it.
For example, like we said, 98 movie has the gung-ho pro-military thing to the point where it's the military that kills the monster. And a Japanese Godzilla movie, the military, best case scenario, is going to distract it for a moment while it's on its way to the city. But you get to Godzilla 2014, the military is certainly trying. It's not anti-military, but it's so people who say like it's a gung-ho pro-military, some have even said it's like join the army propaganda sort of stuff, and I'm like, do you know how many times they screw up in 2014 and King of the Monsters?
Did you even watch the film?
The entire King of the Monsters is the military's fault.
I'm quoting EFAP now. I hate it.
Anyways, I think we
Godzilla,
need to get
King of the
going.
Monsters.
We need to get
Subtitle.
going.
Did you watch the film?
We need to get going. People are getting impatient.
Yeah,
Some final word.
I apologize.
No.
Should we continue?
It's not playing.
Yes.
Hang on. Why is it not?
Yeah, and
There
it's
we
hard to pinpoint what that is. Like, you know, there's just something in the tone of it.
It's
that-
just a feeling.
yeah.
That's why it's hard to sit here and describe it. It's like, oh, the way I felt watching it. It's like I felt that it was a Godzilla movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I still felt
What do
like
you know?
the 2014 version respected the character, and it did a really great job. It was a great attempt, but there was a lot of things that it sort of fell flat on.
It's just like if you think about the old movies and like watching them like in line, I feel like it just seems a little bit out of place.
Mm-hmm.
Like it kind of sticks out like a sore thumb, that one, in comparison to like the original.
So vague.
Where I felt like this one could have come right after. And, and been like a natural feeling without feeling like a totally different thing. You know?
How many times have they said feel? I mean, honestly.
That was 4
I feel like
times
it was a lot.
in one that was 4 times in 5 in how long was that clip? Was that a minute?
An inappropriate
Not
amount
long.
of time. They said the word feel an inappropriate amount of times, let's just say.
I am absolutely making a supercut of the word feel with this.
Keep it going. Let's keep
That
it
was
moving.
4 times.
And that's not to say this one was perfect either. Like I think it was far from perfect, but it felt more
That's
authentic.
that's very nice.
And when I say it's
That's
more
what I
authentic, I don't mean it's necessarily better than the 2014 version. I think that's debatable. Like I can see the 2014 one connects with American audiences a lot better. My suspicion is that this one won't connect with American audiences as much.
That's probably true.
That is what
it's more
happens.
for the Godzilla fans.
Yeah.
It didn't connect with American audiences because it sucked. That's
No. The story is also very strictly Japanese, so there is that disconnect. Granted,
And
minus
it
1 is
sucked.
also very strictly Japanese, but it's the story is more of a unifying thing. I would make the case. Granted,
No, I can
G14
say
is
it-
also unifying.
Sorry.
I
No,
think we need to keep it going. I
yeah,
think let's.
let's not
I
dilly
do
dally.
think- yeah, sorry.
If you're worried about Fresh Maj getting annoyed in the chat, don't worry. He always gets annoyed in the chat.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm also just like, for the sake of, I'm wondering if some of our grievances that we've had early on might get addressed.
Yeah, fair.
We'll see.
As far as I'm concerned, all of our grievances are getting confirmed.
Yes.
I think. So if you're a fan, I think it's a must see. But if not, then you probably shouldn't bother. If you're just just a casual moviegoer or
That's
whatever.
fair,
Yeah. It needed Bryan Cranston. That would have been. The thing is, the first act of the 2014 version I thought was amazing. I thought it was a great build up, but that it just had that really strong first act, and then the rest of it never exceeded that. Let's talk about the special effects.
Okay,
Now, one thing I said.
you can pause there because I do actually agree with him on the Bryan Cranston bit. But I do have a counterpoint, and this is something Pointless Hub pointed out with his G14 video. What the heck would you do with him for the rest of that movie? Like, where would you bring him for the rest of that movie? Would you have him join alongside the Halo dive? Would you have him just sit back with Serizawa and Graham?
Well, I remember Up From the Depths back when he was still doing videos regularly. He did something where he said he would have had Joe Brody sort of, since he's so research focused and he's been studying this so hard, he would have, if Joe had survived, paired him up with Serizawa and had them sort of form this friendship, I guess, of going back and forth, sharing each other's research, forming a bond that way. Which, maybe that could have worked, but at the same time, I feel like what the story was aiming for is that they killed Joe Brody off because that provides Ford with more of the motivation. He saw where his father wound up, and whatever it takes, he's not going to repeat that. So
maybe
that's the way I interpret it anyway. It
I
does
can see
suck that such a great actor as Bryan Cranston had to be killed off so early. But, if it had been played by anybody else and it still was the same thing playing out, would people have been as upset? That's what I've always wondered.
Yeah, probably. That's probably a good question, actually.
they probably wouldn't have been as upset.
Yeah.
This
was right after Breaking Bad. This was right when Bryan Cranston was at his peak. I think he still is, but
He's still a good actor.
yeah, he's still a damn good actor. So,
Yeah.
if there's anything I can add about this is like Shin Godzilla, like when he says like Shin Godzilla would have needed something like Bryan Cranston, like what I would say like it's more. Well, I mean, I obviously I pretty much get he doesn't literally mean bring Bryan Cranston into it, but rather like a character that is like on the level of like writing quality as Joe Brody in Shin Godzilla. Like that would
What I
like
think
would
he
have made it
means
better.
is that Shin Godzilla, in order to have gotten a foothold in American audiences, needed its Raymond Burr equivalent.
Yeah.
Not even that. Just like just a character that's like not even. I wouldn't even necessarily say that. Like what I mean is like a character that's like really that pretty much has like a lot more to them in terms of like depth, a lot of dimension to them, as opposed to what we got with like the closest that we got was like Keiko and Patterson, but even then, like she
was in half the movie.
She wasn't. Yeah, she's not. There isn't really a whole heck of a lot to her either. Like she has more going for her than most of the other characters in the film. But even then, that's not a high bar. Like we needed like a character to be like, okay, this is the guy who has like an emotional investment in trying to like save Japan or something like that. Or heck, like you could have had like with a lot of nuance. Heck. You could have given like Goro Maki like some direct scene, some actual screen time in the movie, and we actually get some kind of understanding about him. Like
but as
anything,
emotions are bad. But as the Animus pointed out in his video earlier, Shin thinks emotions are bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Anyway,
But you two also pointed out.
I think after this point, I think our ramblings will die down, since it seems like a lot of what we want to talk about to this is in the beginning and end, because I think he was just about to get to the special effects, which I agree the effects are fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like them. I think
mostly
the film is shot well. And
yes.
The cinematography is one of the biggest praises I get for Shin. Like this movie is really good from a visual standpoint in terms of where the camera is placed, and probably some of the best sense of scale I've seen in any Godzilla movie.
I mean, you've seen I'm assuming you've seen my video all the way through. Just the bits from my Fractured Diamond bit of, here are these two random people that you see on screen. For such a short amount of time, I had to slow the clip down by 8 or 16 times just to have it on my screen for any amount of time. Yeah. And it's as a camera angle that is not connected to anything else. It's not flowed into. You have no idea where they are, what relevance they are to the scene. As much as the fast-paced, cut-in cinematic camera work of Shin Godzilla works with the pace and the tone and the almost like the rushed bureaucratic nature of it all, it does also cause a lot of problems. Especially later in the film when Godzilla just starts teleporting around the arena for no reason.
Yeah. Like,
And,
that's where the butt came in, because the way those shots are edited, like in a vacuum, the shots themselves are pretty damn good. Especially Godzilla's arrival on shore. Out of context, if you just look at that shot, that is really well done. I think that is a really, really well put together shot. Same with pretty much everything in the atomic breath sequence. Oh, we will get to the atomic breath sequence, but there are exceptions when it comes to the cinematography, and the editing is not great.
But I also
let's get back to it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to help keep us moving along.
Yeah.
No, I getcha.
So was that it also has to be an actor in a suit for it to be authentic, and
oh damn it!
I was expecting this, and hang on, I continue this because I think James was misinformed, and I think that's why he's saying this.
God, I hope so.
Okay.
Yeah, because we see him discuss the practical stuff with -1. So
yeah,
I'll put the cork back in the bottle.
Yeah,
it
Close
looked
the
like an
box,
actor in a
the
suit,
animus.
but I think this was entirely CG. Actually,
Honestly, I couldn't tell one way or the other. I figured like a lot of it was CG, but as I was watching the movie, but there were parts where I was like, oh, that might be a guy in a suit. So to be honest with you, I couldn't tell the difference whether or not it was a suit or not. So I think they did a really good job with that.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about that. I think, yes, they did a great job. I mean, I was fooled by the trailer. If the trailer was all CG, I was fooled. But I heard that they filmed an actor in a suit. They tried out some puppets and animatronics, but they didn't like the result, so they ended up doing all CG. But there was an actor, there was a motion capture person. But on one hand, I feel really sad to know that when a Godzilla movie isn't using a person in a suit, then the era has totally died. You know, like.
Well, you know what though? I mean, if they got it to the point where, I couldn't tell the difference, and I don't think you really could either. Then it's like fine if they do that good a job with it. Like the thing that bothered me is when you watch CG and it looks like CG.
Yeah.
But if it looks realistic enough, then okay, fine.
There were some parts that looked a little poor that I could tell, like, okay, that's a CG, but most of it was really good. It looked as if they didn't make Godzilla do much that an actor in a suit couldn't do. So he moved the same way, and like we said, it had the same feel. So I feel like, okay, maybe it's a little less authentic then because it's not an actor in a suit, but it still achieved the same effect and did a good job.
Thoughts? I have a few.
You go.
For me, it's like, okay, so it seems as though he made that opinion from the trailer based off of information that he just didn't have, which is whatever. And then he then says, like, it seems a mocap actor and stuff was used. And I'm like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there was motion capture done for 2014?
Yes.
In the monsters.
So my just question is the Japanese part of his champagne thing more important than the effects? Because I think that's what's going on here.
Seems to be.
It does seem to be that, doesn't it? Is so what is the difference between Shin Godzilla and 2014 in terms of the Godzilla? They're both CGI. They both have a mocap actor, and both films don't have Godzilla doing anything beyond what a person in the suit could do. So
both Godzillas even have gills. Gills, for heaven's sake.
They're also both depicted as two of the largest incarnations of the character up to that point.
And what was I gonna keep going? My mind blanked a moment.
All right.
It'll come back.
Press play.
Oh, I remember. Technically speaking, King of the Monsters had one more practical effect in it than either 2014 or Shin, I believe, for the monsters, because they did have a physical piece for Sarazawa to reach out and touch during that scene. They CGI'd over it to try and make it look consistent, but that was technically a practical effect, I believe.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing about that.
If I can add, let me add something here. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll add that I also said this in my video, but like, even though Godzilla was mocap by TJ Storm in 2014 and caught him 2019. While he was completely CGI and no mocap in GVK or GXK, it is confirmed that not only did GVK have mocap, at least for Kong, but there was even mocap for GXK, not just for Kong, but I think there was even like a clip or something about the mocap actor who played Scar King in GXK. So
it's the same guy who did Kong.
It was the same guy, if I recall.
It is.
It was the same guy.
Remember, it was the same one from G-Fest. He did both.
Yeah, he brought the fake axe and roared into the sky with it. It was awesome.
Yeah. It was just it's like. So I can pretty much say, like, yep, GXK had motion capture, so even that one can count as an authentic Godzilla movie.
Except I don't count it as a Godzilla movie. I count it as a King Kong movie, but still.
Oh well, still.
Yeah, but does it feel like a
The world will never know.
I was fine with it.
In my detailed review of the 2014 version, I talked a lot about how Godzilla looks best when you're looking up at him, and in this, I love the shots. Like the shot choices were, I couldn't have asked for better. Like there was one part I remember where it looked as if the camera was on like a moving vehicle, and it went underneath him, and you're just looking up at him the whole time.
There was a lot of great angles.
Yeah, the camera angles were great.
There was one part that I saw, I think it's in the trailer, it might be, where Godzilla's tail like goes over the buildings. That's one shot I thought was kind of cool. But there was a lot
That's my favorite shot in the movie.
Scenes of Godzilla, or the scenes that there were of Godzilla. That's the kind of the problem, is that there wasn't all that much Godzilla in the movie, but when Godzilla was in the movie, all the angles were awesome.
Yeah,
so I agree with you.
And they never teased in the same way that the 2014 version would build up to this monster fight, and then it would just cut away and then show the aftermath.
No, it didn't do that.
Yeah, that was bullshit, so I'm glad that they didn't do that. Also, you see Godzilla mostly in the day, so you can see him clear, where in the 2014 version it was always dark and murky, and it's always at night.
There were
I hate this argument. I really hate this
Just looked it up. Shin has less screen time in Shin Godzilla than he does in 2014, apparently. Or like it's estimated to be.
Also, Godzilla just does more in 2014. I don't. If as much as he's saying you get teased with it and whatnot, is like at least Godzilla does something. At least he has drive.
That atomic breath sequence was more dynamic than that atomic breath sequence was more dynamic in 30 seconds than anything Shin did.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh yes.
2 minutes.
It's like
some night scenes.
There were
in this.
some night scenes, but
and I thought that those were pretty good too. Like even at night, I could see him well. It was really well lit.
Yeah, it was like you could see everything that was happening.
Yeah.
The music, as we said, they used a lot of stock music from the original and a lot that hasn't been heard since the original. But also they had new music in there, which is in the trailer also, and that I thought was amazing.
Yeah. The part in the movie when the theme song comes on, a lot of people might feel like, oh, okay, here they go, they're using the same music again. But like, it's been 12 years since there's been a Godzilla movie, and honestly, that was one of the parts of the movie where when the music came on, I was like, okay, now it's getting good, because for the first part of the movie, Godzilla isn't really Godzilla yet, but then finally they cut back and Godzilla is now he really looks like Godzilla now, and then also at the same time the theme song comes on, you're like, okay, now I'm watching a Godzilla movie, and he starts fucking shit up, and you're like, this is now awesome. That's the part at that point I felt like, okay, this is.
He
Yes, this is.
just said that up until that point, it didn't feel like a Godzilla movie.
What?
I'm thinking he phrased it poorly. I'm thinking this is just poor phrasing, and then he's like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to give as much credence as I can.
This is purely surface
rambling.
level at this point. This is purely surface level at this point.
Yeah, the guy on the left, what's his name?
Mike Matei.
Yeah, Mike. His stuff has been very superficial so far.
I am biting my lip in preparation for Who Will Know.
Save it
I think they mentioned it.
Save it for the Shin debate, dude. Save it for the Shin debate. You know
Save
it's coming.
God, I can't wait for that debate.
Same.
I am
There's a
clearing
Shin
my
debate?
schedule for the day that happens. I think me, Minecraft, and Sea Monster have mentioned wanting to do a Shin debate after your 98 and Shin video, and whenever Zim sees it, and I don't know.
There's no argument in the world that can make me think Shin Godzilla is good. There's just too much.
Too much.
That's what I came to the theater to say.
True. They did use it when it was appropriate.
Yeah.
Like an example of a movie that they could never get appropriate was the Halloween remakes. Well, the second one didn't even use the music at all. It was like, fuck it, we're not even using it. But the first Halloween remake, Rob Zombie, he would just blow the John Carpenter music all the time in the original and just kind of overdid it, and then it didn't come in when you want it to. You should have first heard it the first time he puts the mask on, and that would have been amazing.
It's interesting the connection we all have with themes and connecting themes to characters. I remember I have to always mention The Legend of Zelda in every single video, but I had a friend when I was a kid who, when the first time we played Link to the Past together, he was like, oh man, they're using the same music again when it went to the overworld. And I felt totally differently. I was like, oh, this is great. It's the theme from The Legend of Zelda. They're using it again. Now I feel like I'm playing Zelda again. I think
since you witnessed somebody say that, I wonder if that's the way most people feel, because you know how all these movies, nowadays, like the James Bond movies, you hardly hear the theme, and all these shitty Transformers movies, they don't have the theme in there, and there's nothing. They don't like to use themes these days, like the Batman theme,
That's really first of all, 3 years later.
First of all, pardon my language here. Fuck you, Steve Jablonsky is the GOAT. Fuck you.
He said no modern movie uses the themes nowadays, and I immediately thought that gets really funny 3 years later.
Yeah. This was I feel some of the stuff in this video is very contemporary to the point, to the date in which it was made, and the current landscape of the movies we were getting.
Although the curious thing to me is that, Godzilla 2014 didn't use the original theme, but it did come up with its own little leitmotif theme for Godzilla that it used in conjunction with him, much like how the music represents the shark in Jaws. They sort of did that in Godzilla 2014, and they did it throughout, whereas in Shin Godzilla, they just used an older version of the classic theme once, right? Pretty much?
Yes.
I mean,
they used the original theme once when he arrived. And I think, again, say it in my video, it's like the oldest version they could find. When I think about the theme whenever I think about it, I think of the more grandiose versions of it I've heard over the years. But the one they use in Shin Godzilla is the most basic one. And it conjoined with the image of Shin Godzilla off in the distance, moving incredibly slowly towards shore. It felt incredibly oh god, I'm saying it now. It felt incredibly anticlimactic. oh my god, here comes Godzilla.
Like,
I think it
with
has to do with the
minus-
like sound
with
quality.
the-
Like,
Oh yeah,
go.
the sound quality's pants.
Yeah. The difference between Shin and -1 actually when it comes to the OST, because -1 did the same thing, except it remastered the score. Godzilla was already on shore, and we had a build up to the reveal that he was already on shore. So hearing that theme blare when Godzilla was walking towards the train, especially walking towards a character that we know and care about, was an oh shit moment. Shin, he's walking towards shore. Yeah, there's people running away, so there's the threat, but it's not anyone that we're anywhere near emotionally attached to.
And all they have to do is go to his left or his right, and they'll be safe.
Yeah. Instead, they took the Prometheus school of running away from things.
Katsubu F29. I want to address a few chats that Katsubu said. It's like Gojira 5400 was just memeing about Shin being bad. Who knew he was right all along? Exactly. 2016 was the time before Member Berries became a meme. They played the theme and I clapped. It's like actually 2016 was like the turning around. I think around when Shin Godzilla came out. That was like the turning point where it was happening. It was like, I think it was like around that same time when the South.
Around, I think, at least for me, that when people talk about that, I always think of Red Letter Media's Rogue One video where they're like, I clapped when I saw it. Which, keep in mind, Shin was like, at least in the US, came out like a month before Rogue One did. So this was right before this turning point.
And I think 2016 was even like when that South Park episode with the member berries, or even the season about the member berries. Like, remember X-Wings? I remember X-Wings. Remember TIE Fighters? I remember TIE Fighters. And here's
the impression was spot on, and that's terrifying.
Remember? I remember.
Just.
Oh no! And Katsubu, I want to have one more. It's like yes, I know Katsubu. I'm like showing you hard here. Jon Favreau let the cat out of the bag with his Lion King remakes, using old music to get people cheering. That exactly. Yeah.
John, why did you do that, John? So I recently got into YMS's stuff. I don't know how contentious he is, but I enjoy his content. He did a good job with Lion King 2019. So
yeah, still waiting for part 2
He's
though.
opinionated, but he's often quite good from what I've seen of him.
Yeah.
It's like you know what's weird is that like the Jungle Book remake that Jon Favreau did like in 2016 wasn't really that bad. It actually wasn't. So which is why I think a lot of us had hope that maybe not all of us, but like I think it was like, I know at least like for me it's like I don't really have much in the way of like hope that this Lion King remake is going to be good or even necessary. But I mean, Jon Favreau did well with Jungle Book, so. So it's like maybe, just maybe, and and you bricked it, you botched it.
You lost me as soon as you cut "Be Prepared." Right there, that's where you lost me.
No, he should have just left it out entirely instead of doing what they actually did with it.
All right, back to the video.
Yes,
that it's just.
Yeah, I was going to mention that with the Batman movies, like Christopher Nolan, it's a different series, so I understand why it's totally different music and everything.
Joel Schumacher had his own music. Tim Burton.
When being older and remembering the old 1960s Batman and remembering the old one with like Jack Nicholson, the Tim Burton Batman, and having that Danny Elfman theme in your head, it becomes so iconic in your mind that okay, this song represents Batman to me. Or when you're watching Star Trek and you get those little cues of dun 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 dun. Yeah. If that's not in there, a lot of times you don't feel like it's Star Trek. Sometimes when you're watching the Angry Video Game Nerd, when those parts come on, you feel like there's a reason to use that kind of music. And I can understand why they don't use it sometimes, like with the Christopher Nolan Batman.
Mm-hmm.
If the Danny Elfman music came on in the Christopher Nolan movie, it probably wouldn't fit, because it's such a different style of a movie. But with this, I was so happy that they used the theme because it brought me back to like the old Godzilla movies, which is, I feel like that's what everybody wants so much.
Yeah.
Like, we miss Godzilla. It's been 12 years. Like, and he's such an iconic character. So.
It hadn't been 12 years. He just came out 2 years before, you idiot.
Well, it had been.
I suppose he's not
First
technically Godzilla, I
theme.
suppose.
That was an attempt, you know.
Just an attempt.
I really don't like. I think did he mention? I literally just watched it. I can't remember if he said it. When he's saying they're using the old sound effects and the old music, and it's all the old stuff, and you can hear that it's old. It doesn't quite fit with the modern cinematography. Like I pointed out in Fractured Diamond, is like when you listen to the explosions and like gunfire and certain things, a lot of them are just the sound effects from the old films, and it's really obvious when you start hearing it. And once you notice it, you can't not. It feels really out of place.
It'd be one thing if it was like a fun little experimental, like sort of short fan film, like, just to be like, oh, hey, we're doing like, like a modern Godzilla short fan film, but we want to like, make it come off as like an older, one of the 60s films, with like old sound effects. That'd be one thing. But to have it be for this 2-hour feature length, like, I'm about to say like attempt. Let's just say, it's like it just doesn't fit. It just like if it was one,
and it doesn't fit with the original music.
Yeah,
not really.
King of the Monsters and -1 had better uses of the original Godzilla soundtracks. I will stand by that statement for the rest of my life. It's Jesus, King of the Monsters.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when they remade them and remastered them, and they fitted with the 98 again. Put it in the video. The music fit. I accidentally found when Godzilla comes out of the road in 98, the music fits with his movements, and I was just like, I didn't even know that when I put the clip in, and when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's actually really good. That shows they actually put effort into this.
Yeah. Katsubu says like Kodum did use old sound effects about 2 times. Godzilla using the 54 roar in Antarctica. I think he also used the 60s roar in that same scene.
I also remember hearing the
roar twice in the movie.
I also remember hearing the Heisei Ghidorah roar in the Boston fight.
Yeah, and there's also
and there's also
the flying sound
little bits like that throughout. Like when he's roaring at Ghidorah, and then it cuts to inside the vertibird. Can't actually remember the name of the vehicle.
The
cuts
Osprey.
Inside, and it's all like you hear the echo, but it's the like 54 echo or something like that. You hear little bits like that, like thrown in as like little Easter eggs. Whereas Shin Godzilla's like all sound effects, all sound effects, all sound effects.
Yeah,
Well,
the old sound effects in Kata were mixed in way better. They weren't explicitly taken directly out of those old movies and just like slotted them in, like just like up, boom, right here, boom, right here. No, it's just like they wove those in with like with the modern with more modern sound effects to kind of like it's like a perfect mix between old and new.
Yeah.
And
Also, I would say the old sound effects enhance what the new ones are trying to do. For example, Godzilla using the 54 roar. He uses it as he's getting back up, as he's groaning in pain. 54's roar sounds like something that would be groaning. Sounds like something that is actively hurt, or that its vocal cords have been damaged. So
it sounds strained.
Yeah. So Godzilla getting back up after being chucked to the ground by King Ghidorah and making that kind of noise on top of his legendary roar helps. Same with when he's falling into the pit later in the fight. The 60s roar sounds like a scream. So
exactly.
I was just going to ask, what about in -1? Because they used the original roar in that, but I think what they did was they basically blasted it as loud as possible through speakers and recorded that, which is why it gets distorted in the middle.
I think with -1, it feels fitting, one, because of what the movie is doing, being a throwback film to pre when 54 would take place, as well as that I will stand by Gojira 54's roar being the best Japanese Godzilla roar because it sounds the most like him. It sounds like a creature that has been heavily transformed, that has been hurt and strained against its own will and is struggling to get its voice out. I think that's partially why Gojira 54's ending fits so well and why the sympathy is there, why the sympathy for 54 exists, because it's the last gasp of the creature's real voice before it dies. If what I'm saying makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. And to bring up -1, it's like that movie, that movie also pretty much mixed not just old sound effects but old musical themes into itself really well, because much like King of the Monsters, it pretty much did a slight remix of the older themes from those older films, which it makes me wonder. It's maybe they just looked at Shin Godzilla and be we could probably do better. Let's try to do we like where your head is at, but let's try to we have a little bit of a different approach here, because the composer for -1 did his own rendition of the Mothra versus Godzilla theme or the King Kong versus Godzilla theme, and implemented them during those certain key scenes of Godzilla, doing his thing, and the whole Godzilla roaring, pretty much sounding it's supposed to sound like a big creature that's that's roaring. It's probably it might burst a couple of eardrums. Let's just say.
Yeah, it's loud.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, as far as for me, I think the old sound effects, I can sort of get what they were trying to do, but one, they're kind of distracting, and two, they kind of just make me want to watch a better movie.
True.
Yeah.
Anyways,
so that moment really did it for me.
Yeah. I mean, when you use it appropriately, yeah, you have to use the theme right, and this one did. But either way, even the new music that was in it, all the original, not original, but the new original music was fantastic. It really invoked a strong sense of dread.
Yeah.
And I think bottom line, the
including
soundtrack
the jazz
was
music.
amazing.
Yeah, I agree.
So, anything you didn't like about the movie?
There were, but I want to hear yours.
Okay. The only thing I think really the main generic thing was that all the talking parts, I think it started to go on a little too long. Specifically, once it got to the third act, I think once you saw Godzilla at a certain part where we're not up to spoilers yet, but as soon as you can tell the final battle is starting to happen, but then it dies down again, and then there's a lot of talking, and I think that if the talking scenes were cut down just a little more, if it was maybe an hour 45 minutes instead of 2 hours, I think it would have felt more entertaining, more consistent, because I started to get a little bored toward the end.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I do agree.
Getting bored towards the end, where it's after. I'm guessing he's talking about after the who will know scene, and then it's the aftermath of that. Basically, the entire aftermath of that is the dread of what's going to happen next. What are we going to do about him? What are the Americans going to do? So on and so forth. It's just recovering. It's still got the same pacing, the same camera work and whatnot going on. It's still very snappy and fast and doesn't leave you sitting around for too long at any given point. So for him to say, yeah, I was bored at this point, is it purely because there are people talking on screen and he just doesn't want to see people talking? Is that it?
You want to know something funny? In his -1 review, you want to know what's something funny? In his -1 video, 7 years later, he said something slightly similar, though maybe not quite as negative as in this particular instance, where after the Ginza attacking Godzilla, there's like this there's like this like downtime between the Ginza attack and when essentially the plan takes place. Where there isn't any Godzilla showing up, and James is all like, this kind of seems a little bit long. It's like it's like
oh my god,
I know. I know.
There's a difference between here and -1. With -1, it's characters you actually like or know.
Yeah. And it even has a Godzilla that you pretty much actually genuinely fear and know.
Yeah. -1 was the first time I rooted against my favorite fictional character, which is impressive.
I didn't think about it. In Shin, they constantly cut back to Godzilla. There's always the shot they showed in this video where it's from the railway looking up at him in the rain, where he's standing there like asleep. That's in the third half. Third half? What the hell am I talking about? the third act of the film, because they're constantly cutting back to him and like showing him like there he is. He's still there, just an ominous like, ooh, what's going to happen? Even bits where there's like you can see him like beginning to glow again as he's like regaining energy. It's constantly doing that, constantly reinforcing the fact that he's here. We are worried about it. The entire film is working around him. And again, he's just like, I was a bit bored because people talking.
I do agree. I think out of everyone here, I'm probably the least harsh on Shin, but the second half of the film blows.
Or the third half.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Like, the first half isn't good, really, but the second half is where everything just goes completely downhill.
If Shin Godzilla was just the Kamanta-kun and Shinagawa-kun attack, I probably wouldn't be as harsh. I don't think any of us probably would be as harsh on the movie. But the moment Godzilla returns, that's when the movie starts breaking apart.
Yeah. I think I see this as a consistent thing as well when it comes to Godzilla reviews. A lot of Shin Godzilla and like Godzilla vs. Kong, Godzilla X Kong, it's fish in a barrel type like ease of criticism for those films, and yet somehow people like Little Platoon and apparently James Rolfe miss. They're like shooting. They've got a minigun and a barrel, and they're just shooting on the ground in front of it somehow. You're like, how are you doing this?
Well, okay. Platoon brought a flamethrower. Let's be real here. Platoon brought a flamethrower. Rolfe had the minigun. Platoon had a flamethrower. So
I love Katsu's quote. It's like the movie's just walking and talking. Oh yeah,
that's real.
Here's the thing: it's actually applicable in Shin Godzilla because there isn't really a whole because unlike in Lord of the Rings where there's actual character development going on while characters are walking and talking in those movies, like in Shin, it's like exposition.
I suppose it is quite literally the film. That is quite a good description of Shin Godzilla, walking and talking the film.
Sometimes they're sitting on a bench.
True.
That is true. yeah, that is true. There's a couple of moments, and you see a guy standing on some stairs, even like one scene. There you go.
Anyway, on to the third half.
My only complaint. I can agree with that to an extent, but I will say for this movie, I actually was pretty invested in the story, and we were reading a subtitled version of it. I don't know if there's going to be a dubbed one later or something, but I was sitting there, and the worst thing is if you're watching a subtitled movie and you're not interested, because then you're reading and it becomes really boring. But this movie, I actually really liked the characters and the story, and I was following along with it, and I wasn't bored with it. So
I wasn't even bored.
What characters? What characters?
Exactly. That's the thing.
All,
like
that's all you really need to say is just what characters.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I could say right back to it. It's like say the opposite to them. It's like, well, first of all, what characters are you even talking about? And second of all, I was bored out of my mind with this. So because again, what characters were there?
Well, there was the guy with the pink towel around his neck.
Yeah, but was he a character though?
There was Rei Ayanami 2.0.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I don't mean like literally. It's not that there's literally no characters in this, but
nobody has anything.
In a technical sense, these are characters. But the problem though is that there isn't much. There's not much, or worse, nothing to them. Really,
they're characters, but they're not personalities.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's a better way of putting what I was saying.
By definition, they are characters. They are major players in a story. The problem is they're not interesting whatsoever. They have barely anything, if that, going on.
They have skeletons of characters, but there isn't much meat.
I wouldn't even say skeletons. I would just say marrow, at worst. At best,
they are one note. They are one note characters. It's like doing the comparison to King of the Monsters. With King of the Monsters, you've got a lot of what would be one note characters, but they have a second note to them, which makes them more than their parts in the film. With Shin Godzilla, they are parts. They are the cogs in the machine. That's all they are.
They're one note and they're all the same note.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would say
done.
As long as there's some distinction, I will give. You can have what you said yourself. They're all one note characters, and they're the same note. You can have one note characters as long as they're completely different notes. That is, I will give this point reluctantly to the Polygon trilogy. At least the characters that are one note have some differentiation between them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is a really reluctant point, but it's there.
Hey, I gotta do something for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Javin Scruggs comment.
Yeah. Brief intermission.
Javin Scruggs comment. GXK or GVK Gia is a better character than most of the human characters in Shin.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah. As much as she's not a great character like most of the characters in the films, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Again, like the only character in Shin who I think there are only two characters who kind of stand out to me. That's Kyoko, because she's an American tourist, but even that kind of gets abandoned towards the end. And whoever the emotionless girl's, whatever her name is, I know it, I'm just blanking on it, but that's only because she's, like I said, Rei Ayanami 2.0. She's emotionless, and that's one of those things where she's actually lacking in a personality, which somehow makes her stand out from everyone else, because there's a complete void of personality almost.
Yeah.
I pointed her out in my Fractured Diamond because at the end of the film, she cracks a smile. And it's like, oh, a bit of emotion. Why is that happening? It's like, it's in reference to the radiation not being anywhere near as bad as they thought it was going to be. So there's almost a relief that the things that they did aren't going to be as problematic as they thought they were going to be. It's like, oh, okay, cool. So there is something going on there. That's cool. Nice if we had more.
She is a person.
But then everybody
just harms the rest of the theme. So
yeah, the only
sorry.
There's only really. Oh, you go.
Go ahead.
No, you were talking.
I was just saying, but everybody's happy in that scene as well, so she doesn't really stand out.
Yeah. There's only really two characters in Shin that I actually do remember the names of, and You need to, if you want to know if these characters are memorable, you need to at least remember the names. So those being Rando Yagachi and Kayoko Ann Patterson. Kayoko because she's the most interesting character of the bunch, and barely. Rando because he's the protagonist, so they say his name the most. But it's like,
yeah. Well, that's the other problem with Shin Godzilla, isn't it? It's like because it's such a fast-paced film, and because they don't have the time to introduce people in a more organic way, they put the text on the screen to here's this person. If you haven't read this in time for us before we cut to the next scene, tough. that's how it feels most of the time. And that text is there for all sorts of things, locations, vehicles, items. So much gets put on the screen as a text prompt, and that's how it's introduced in the film. So if you're not paying attention, or if you're not reading that in time or whatever, that's it. You're gone. So many characters' names just don't get used in the film because they've just been put on the screen as text. And yeah, like you said, only Rando Yagachi, Goro Maki, and Kayoko Ann Patterson are the only characters whose names get consistently reused. I can't even remember.
And one
the
of them
Prime
isn't
Minister's
even
name.
in the movie proper.
Yeah, Goro Maki is not appearing in this film.
Yeah. Compare that to something like the cast of King of the Monsters or -1. -1, you have Shikishima, Noriko, Sumiko, Akiko, Doc, Kid, Kenji, Doc Noda, the captain. You have pretty much all of those characters whose are introduced one by one. Granted, 3 at the same time, and even then, 3 in rapid succession, and you spend a lot of time with them. You get to know them, you understand them, and thus they become memorable characters. King of the Monsters, again, Mark Russell, Emma Russell, Alan Jonah, Madison Russell, Sam Coleman, Rick Stans, Foster, Dr. Chen, Dr. Ling, Dr. Brooks, fucking pretty much every character in King of the Monsters, you understand at least the name. You get the name at the least, and you see them. Fucking, and that at least gives them some sort of memorable aspect.
And it helps when they're actually in the action. You even see the faces of people who aren't necessarily primary characters, but they're still on the ground going into danger. You see who those soldiers aboard the Osprey are when it's landing in Boston, and then as soon as they're out the door, they get vaporized by gravity beams.
You see Noriko in the line of fire with Godzilla walking towards the train. That's what makes that musical sting work.
That's what makes that scene scary. Something Shin just...
You like that?
Yeah, I guess since we're kind of just at an intermission here, and since you brought up that scene, I find myself baffled.
I'm back.
When
we weren't talking about you.
I find myself baffled when people say Shin is the scariest Godzilla.
Like, visually, okay, I get why from a design standpoint that is a pretty unsettling look, but it doesn't. GMK 54 -1, all 3 of those I would say are infinitely scarier than Godzilla because they actively move around and show dynamic.
They are an active menace.
-1 Goji, -1 Goji before he got nuked, pretty much was scary. Was way scarier than Shin.
Yeah.
Does it have to do with like the whole he could propagate over the entire planet thing?
I'm back.
I don't know. I really don't. I have yet to hear a compelling argument for why Shin is scary.
Yeah.
I've compared it, and this is gonna sound odd, and I don't think anyone is gonna understand this. I've compared Shin's design, and hang on, I'm trying to find the way to word this properly. Okay. And I'm gonna give an odd comparison. How familiar are you guys with Five Nights at Freddy's?
Yeah.
Clearly, yeah.
I've seen the
I
movie,
think
and
I
I'm
know-
kind of aware of
I
some
think I know where
details
you-
to Osmosis.
So
Yeah, I think I know where you're going with this.
I've compared traditional Godzilla in -1 is basic vanilla Freddy Fazbear. It looks pretty standard as a animatronic mascot in, but it's the atmosphere and the tone of the situation this thing is in that makes it scary.
Mm-hmm.
Shin Godzilla is Nightmare Freddy, where it's trying too hard. Now, granted, Five Nights at Freddy's 4 I do think is a genuinely kind of scary game because of the atmosphere and stuff, but the designs in a vacuum, Shin is trying too hard.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to compare him to Springtrap, but no, I can see where you're going with this.
I mean, I could see someone seeing Shin's design as being like somewhat creepy, pretty much, and kind of grotesque. But yeah, but the characterization just doesn't is so lacking that you're just like, okay, yeah. I mean, like I can only go with this aesthetic for so long before I'm just kind of bored with it because it's not really doing a whole heck of a lot, and there's just not much to him beyond the surface. Whereas with -1. Sure, he may not look as grotesque looking as Shin, but what we see him do and how he expresses his rage or animalistic tendencies, that's what makes him scary. It's like we know that this is a living, breathing monster that just has no qualms with causing destruction at a catastrophic level, which is one blast.
Another possible example you can go with. Look at interpretations of the Mummy. I like the original Mummy. I like the 99 Mummy. The 99 Mummy in his earlier forms, before he's fully regenerated, definitely more a grotesque-looking zombie kind of thing. But you compare it to the original movie where all Boris Karloff has to do is stare at the screen with that intense gaze. That's creepier.
Yeah,
that gets under your skin.
And then you draw the comparison with the 2017 Mummy, and that just feels like it's too much.
Where the eyes, people split and everything.
If anything, you would just look at the 2017 Mummy in comparison to 32, where it's just 32 is Boris Karloff is genuinely creepy. Sophia Butella, I mean, aside from, maybe the eyes are kind of creepy because the double pupils and all that. But other than that, it's she's hot. I ain't afraid to admit it. What?
No. You played your cards.
It's funny. All right. I think we're roughly halfway through. Let's see if we can get.
Let's do this.
Yeah, we're at the 15.
It's not about the destination. It's about the journey, folks.
Yeah, that is true. But I do want to get into why I hate Toho Purism as a mentality, and I feel like that fits more.
Pretty okay with the story. But the thing that I really I don't know if I'm gonna say that this is something I didn't like, but this is more of a preference. And the major thing for me is that this is a movie that is kind of like the original Godzilla from 1954/1956 in America, right? Where Godzilla is the bad guy, and that's fine when they do that sometimes. Focus on Godzilla like that, and I love the original Godzilla movie, but when you see all the Godzilla sequels and he's fighting Ghidorah and he's fighting All Out Attack, and there's all these other monsters and Orga and all these great other characters, at this point in time I kind of feel like I don't want to go back again. I kind of just want to see the next chapter and what's going to happen, because I've seen Godzilla be evil and destroy Japan before.
Yeah,
I like
Jet Jaguar.
It didn't get really crazy, and that's one of the things I started to enjoy so much about the Godzilla movies, is how insane they got.
Yeah,
and things are coming from space and they're going through time, and there's so much going on.
Isn't this a fascinating look into a part of the Godzilla history? This is almost 10 years before -1 comes out, and this guy's saying, I don't want to see Godzilla as the bad guy. We've seen it. We don't really want to see it again.
I don't really think that's what
He
he's saying.
mentions
It's just like,
GMK.
I feel like what he's getting at here is that since the franchise has gone just absolutely insane, because you gotta keep in mind, this is, at least with what he has said before to this guy, this is the first Godzilla movie since Final Wars, and it's like, where do you go after that insanity?
Yeah, you got to go back.
Yeah.
It's like,
Just
okay,
like-
we need to remind people that it's like, oh yeah, Godzilla used to be kind of dark and, pretty much allegorical. It's like,
Yeah.
as opposed to
Take
just pure
a
spectacle.
break. Take a break from the insanity. That's the reaction that a lot of people have had post GXK. I want the next MonsterVerse movie to be a bit more serious and take it. Me personally, I want that, and I've seen other people have the same sentiment. Dial back the insanity, please.
And we don't need to go back to the Hollow Earth. Let's take a break from that for a change.
People
I
saying
don't
go back, go briefly.
People were saying that about the MCU because they've gone so ridiculous with the multiverse stuff and the quantum mania and the etc. People just want a more focused superhero film, with superheroes saving people and stuff like they used to.
I mean, that's
it's
part
like-
of why. That's part of why the first Ant-Man was so well received after Avengers: Age of Ultron. It was that you had the big crossover event, world-ending thing, and then it was like, oh, here's just a smaller scale kind of movie that would have been like something from earlier. I mean, we still throw in Avengers connections, but at the same time, people were like, okay, nice and refreshing. But it was still part of the continuity. You didn't have to completely redo everything.
Yeah, it's kind of like what. Yeah, I mean, part of why Phase 4 and Phase 5 just seem like they were trying way too hard to be like, okay, we need to go bigger than what we did in Infinity War and Endgame, by trying to introduce the multiverse. It's like they tried to jump into introducing it like way too quickly when it probably would have been more beneficial if a lot of those movies were like smaller, were kind of like more generally smaller scale. Like, let's just say if Shang-Chi, for example, like Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings was just about Shang-Chi dealing with his father. We didn't have to go to a whole nother fantastical world with dragons and demons and what have you. Just have it be be about drama between father and son in place of a kind of like a more fantastical martial arts movie, where the most fantastical element in that movie is the Ten Rings, the thing that's part of the title. Or have I mean, not that you can't, start planting seeds of the multiverse becoming more relevant later on, with No Way Home, pretty much, for instance. You can kind of do that, but you don't have. But we should not have to deal another universe-ending threat, or in other cases multiverse ending threat, freaking Kang or Scarlet Witch in Multiverse of Madness. And it's just where it becomes unscalable, where you're just I just don't care. I just want to watch more movies kind of like the Robert Pattinson Batman movies, where it's where I'm gonna care more about how is Batman going to be able to stop corruption in Gotham, or stop the Riddler from killing some people or flooding Gotham City, rather than can Batman stop that? I hope Batman defeats Darkseid or something like that. If that's
You draw the
Arguably, -1 was also another return to form after the insanity of Singular Point. That went way crazier than the monster.
Yes.
Oh
yeah.
That
boy. He just starts asking. I think the guy on the left, Mike or whatever. This is kind of the topic, at least till the end of the video, is them wanting to see the crazier aspect of Godzilla again. Because I mean, we did get two. But that is true. We did get the crazier side of Godzilla pretty quickly after this.
That's what he said here. Is just that he said he's seen it and seen Godzilla being the bad guy, but we're so used to all the crazy stuff that we want to see the crazy stuff and progress through that. But as we've all pointed out, we saw that we wanted to go back to the grassroots almost, which is what Godzilla 2014 did, and which what Shin Godzilla did. And I've just realised this guy is doing the same pose as Shin.
No, his arms need to be a bit. His hands need to be switched upwards.
No, he's
upwards.
doing the Ultraman hand pose whenever Ultraman gets into like his fighting position.
But also, like, you know, the argument of we've seen it before. I mean, you could make that for literally anything, and if you take it to its logical extreme, then no one's ever going to make another movie or comic or book or song ever again. So I don't think it's so much a case of I don't think the argument should be we've seen it before. I think it should be we need to have regular cycles of, like, you know, have the back and forth. I think that's why so many people were okay with -1 and Godzilla X Kong releasing at the same time, because regardless of how anyone else feels,
regardless of what you're craving, there's an option. Going back to the food analogy for cinema, which I think it's odd how well those two how well you can make comparisons with them, because that's what I said. It's just a matter of what you're craving, and that's why I think Godzilla has been around for so long, because this might genuinely be a franchise where if you want something, this franchise might have it. And I think there's a good chance.
I still don't stand by Godzilla being the most versatile franchise in existence. That I would make the case that it's either Transformers or Ultraman, but Godzilla's definitely among that because of what you said. It's all about what people crave, and people don't want too much, but they don't want too little.
And I think I think the reason he's saying that he's like craving the crazier stuff is because we just got 2014 in this film, which, I mean, considering what we got after this with King of the Monsters, GVK and GXK, it does seem like it did happen. So it seems like this cycle goes in like 4 or 5 year intervals.
I like how you just ignored the Polygon trilogy as well.
Look, okay, I'm trying to bury those memories.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair. And as for just real quick, it's like, I am also aware that something like Black Widow isn't about the multiverse at stake. It's just a badly written movie. I do also want to add, it's like, and you also have to make those movies like well executed, no matter what the stakes.
It's most certainly not helping the situation either way.
No, I mean, but like I would say, like, don't certainly, like, if you try to include the multiverse, you know, and all that, there's a lot more like cause and effect or variables in how events play out that you have to take into account than something like Black Widow, which is kind of like a spy thriller that involves like a world-ending threat potentially. But like it certainly helps if it certainly helps if you have a
problem with the MCU.
Go
on.
Okay. It certainly helps, you know, in the case of the MCU that you don't have writers put in a situation where they're either like totally incompetent or they're like rushed into like writing the movie as they're filming the movie, you know, like some of those examples, like the writer for Multiverse of Madness literally admitted that he did not know what to do with the script for the third act while they were making it. Like, he had to scrap the script twice before they even started production on the thing. Like, he had 3 weeks to write it. You know, they scrapped the initial script. He was given 3 weeks to write it, and then, you know, the pandemic happened, and so he was forced to 2 weeks in, and he was forced to scrap it. And they were like, okay, now we're just going to need you to like come in and just write the thing as you're going along. And he literally had no idea how to end the movie or like how to get from point A to B to C. Things
suck. Cycles, yada, yada, blah, 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 blah. Let's continue.
Yeah,
let's go on with it.
This movie's very basic, I would say.
Mostly, yeah. That's the thing, because like with all the talking parts, it's I mean, for one thing, it's very politically charged, which I don't know quite what to make of it. But also, it was basically just how do we stop Godzilla? How do we stop Godzilla? And that's all everybody's talking about, you know.
And I think that that's okay because this is the first time we've seen Godzilla in a Toho movie in 12 years. So it's okay because it's almost like rebooting it, so you kind of gotta start at square one. It might be weird if they just did this really bizarre movie and there hasn't been a Godzilla movie in 12 years.
Yeah.
But for me personally,
kind of like Star Wars, they started basic. They started basic over again just to get people back into it.
And
again.
I always say that. I think I said that, you know, back when they did the Ninja Turtle movie and the Batman, like Batman Begins and all that. I always want to see the next chapter. I get tired of the retellings because I already know the story. So why do I have to hear it again? Especially you wait such a long time to see your favorite characters again, and then they just retell the same story. It's like, well, the whole reason I was waiting all this time is to see the next thing.
You mentioned the subtitles. I thought a funny thing about the subtitles, we watched it with a group of people, and there were some parts that we found very comical because there were so many subtitles on screen where the dialogue is very fast for one thing. So you're already, you know, you're reading, but you're also trying to like look at the expressions of the characters, because I like to see the faces of the characters, and you know, the subtitles do kind of like, I have to like read fast to get back to, you know, I want to watch the expression in their face. But then also there's these subtitles at the top of the screen. I guess it would be subtitles. They'd be above titles.
That would tell you like the location they're in or other information. Yeah.
It would tell you the floor that they're on or something like that. Or it would identify the people, the places. But also, since we were watching a screener version, it would have Toho's watermark, which had a whole bunch of text at the bottom. And then they would randomly start speaking in English every now and then. So when they'd speak in English, there'd be Japanese subtitles on top of the watermark, and then English subtitles again on top of the Japanese ones. And then there's subtitles at the top of the screen on top of the Japanese subtitles. And it was just like crazy amount of text.
It'd be really nice, like later on, when we're able to just watch a dubbed version without all the text on the screen.
That sounds like an absolute flustercluck.
Yeah.
You know what's odd?
Especially with a movie as fast-paced as this one.
I own the Funimation Blu-ray of Shin Godzilla. Waste of money, I know, but
Physical media is physical media.
Yeah, physical media. But the thing that's odd to me is I'm just surprised hearing this, because I watched both the dub and the sub of Shin. The watermark he's talking about was absent on the Blu-ray.
He had a screener copy.
Oh,
he said that a couple times.
Oh, never mind. I'm just eight.
Actually, this might be an opportunity to find something out. In the dub version, in the sub version, in the dub version, where everyone's talking English and they obviously have to supplant some of the dialogue to make it fit. They say they're going to kill Godzilla with a blood coagulant that will essentially clog his cooling system and shut him down, which for some reason freezes him to minus 200. In the sub version with the original language, and so theoretically the subtitles would be the original lines as they are meant to be. Is it still blood coagulant?
I think.
I'm. Let me find out.
There is the caveat, though. There is the caveat, though. Rick the Squirrel pointed this out with his Space Godzilla True Translation thing. The subtitles are not always correct.
Yeah.
GMK.
Oh. Yeah, GMK is notorious for that. Like, honestly, the scene in question is like the scene of that one guy, and in the sub and dub version, it says, "Hey, good luck, everybody. You're all about to die." But that's not what's actually happening there. It's actually the person who's like saying that is this Chinese guy who's wishing the Japanese military luck in his native tongue, and then the Japanese girl that's next to him translates it for him. That's just another small detail that just proves why GMK is arguably like a timeless classic in the kaiju genre.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I remember correctly, Chinese and Japanese like don't tend to like each other very much, but Shusuke Kaneko makes it go beyond that. Is like Godzilla, ironically, makes two cultures that don't like each other actually find some common ground and work with each other. It's almost like Godzilla brings out both the best and worst in humanity. It's almost like these movies have themes and stuff and discussion-worthy topics that make them worth having long man discussions about them. Next, you're going to tell me RoboCop is political.
I think there was something interesting also about something they said where they were talking about how it's all exposition dialogue, which I think we pointed out, and they kind of tried to say that's okay because it's starting over, but I think back to when it actually began with the original Godzilla, and yeah, there was exposition in there, but that didn't get in the way of the character development and the human drama. You know, you had the exposition and stuff, but you also can say stuff like what's going on with that love triangle with Ogata, Emiko, and Serizawa, and things like that. But none of that was in Shin. And from what I've heard, Anno wanted it that way. So I just find that interesting that they're trying to use it. But
I remember seeing something that Anno was really upset that when King of the Monsters was pushed back, because that meant if they didn't do the Polygon trilogy, if they didn't do anything like that, if they pushed it back earlier, he would have been allowed to fix Shin up a little more. I don't know if that's true, but I do remember seeing something about that.
Shin really, I feel, Shin needed, didn't need more time in the oven. It needed a rework.
Yeah, because a lot of the stuff here, I don't really hate the idea of Godzilla as a destroyer. The problem is the way it executes it and the conflicting thing with Godzilla's characterization. Oh boy, we'll get to that if they mention it.
I don't think a single person in here doesn't like Godzilla the Destroyer. I'm pretty sure we all like Gojira, GMK, and -1, and that stuff.
Yeah.
84.
I wouldn't even really count 84. He's just kind of being an animal in that movie.
But he's still destroying stuff. He's still attacking. He's still the antagonist.
He's still going out of his way to tear things apart.
He is still the antagonist. That's fair. Yeah. Let's continue. I feel like...
Now, I mean, I know subtitles are more respected. I mean, I know we said dubbed. I think they each have their advantages. I wish I just knew the language, because then I'd be able to just enjoy the movie. But
Same.
The dubbed and subtitles, I think, each have their advantages. I think there can be bad dubbing where like the actors' voices are really silly and everything, and they don't match. But it's never. I mean, I don't mean the syncing. The syncing's never going to match completely because it's a different language. So anybody who makes fun of that is like, it's not going to match.
Sure.
You know. But there can be better actors doing the voices better, you know.
But to answer your question, I did not have a problem at all with subtitles.
No.
I enjoyed the story. It was good. Okay,
spoiler alert. Now we move into the spoiler section. So overall, we both like the movie. But if you don't want to be spoiled at all, then is where you stop it.
Cut it here.
All right. So we're carrying on. I want to talk about the first form of Godzilla.
Now what we got. So
what about dubbing and subbing? I mean, I don't know.
I don't have anything to say. I think we should probably just never mind. I was thinking of something like a recapper where we are.
I can understand him wanting to just understand the language. I have found it to be a struggle watching, and this has just happened for me. I don't know why, because I used to do it no problem. I really struggle watching subtitled anime now. And
I can see why.
It's weird because it's not, and it's weird because I don't feel like I have a problem reading subtitles, because when I watch a Japanese movie, I'm fine. But with shows and such, it's like, especially with like I said, just anime, it's a real struggle for me for some reason.
If I had to guess, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I have a theory.
And I guess, and it's not even a case of me liking the performances or one or more other. I will point to one anime in question, a comedy one called Konosuba. It's a satire of the Japanese isekai genre.
It's a good one.
It slaps. It's absolutely hilarious. But yeah, I've watched both versions of it. In both, I actually have laughed at the delivery, but I find it easier to binge and watch the English dubbed versions of shows like this and just anime in general. And I can't really wrap my head around why.
Well, I do have a theory.
I'm wondering if just understanding Japanese and being fluent in it would at all change that.
Well, my own theory, because I kind of feel the same way. The way I see it, like with anime, the dialogue, depending on the scene, can be very densely packed, and sometimes you have characters talking over each other. So you can have sort of what they described, where subtitles are covering nearly the whole screen. I've got several comedy anime I'm a big fan of. Like, if you guys are familiar with Excel Saga, the main character, Excel, manages to cram 50 words into 5 seconds. She talks so fast. So if you're trying to watch it subtitled, it's going by like that, even faster. And watching it dubbed, while it's not necessarily on the same level, you at least can understand what she's saying. Or there's another series, another comedy series called Pony Pony Dash, which not only has a lot of really fast dialogue, there's also a lot of written background gags that are translated through subtitles. So the screen can be covered with text. And if you're reading the subtitles, you're missing what's up there. And in Konosuba, I do know that there are times when the main character, I know his name.
Kazuma.
When Kazuma is talking, but then at the same time, he's narrating, his internal monologue is narrating, but then characters like Aqua or Megumin are also talking, and they're both subtitled, but they're stacked on top of each other. That's not necessarily easy to read, especially when they're moving at different paces.
It's just easier when your eyes don't have to work twice as hard and your ears are working as normal. Also, I think part of me just enjoys hearing people speaking my language with those deliveries, because the people that were working on the dub of Konosuba were probably having the time of their lives with how much they're screaming.
Mm-hmm. So a quick question to Kaiju Kuro. You said you watched this video before we start the stream. So just a little ahead, because I want to get into like the whole point about the Prime Minister and his decision to hit the mission to attack Godzilla when he's in his third form. Does James and Mike or either two or both get into the specifics about that particular scene, or so that we can address it, or not?
My immediate response is no.
Okay.
They are mainly talking about the atomic breath sequence here, I feel.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I want to get my thing out the way. About the Prime Minister. So I pretty much have hinted at that. I've hinted that the Prime Minister in Shin Godzilla was pretty much assassinated as a character, like when he ordered the helicopters to not attack Godzilla because of the two civilians. The reason why I would say that is because, up until that point, the Prime Minister is clearly shown to be a man who, even though he's pretty much very uncertain about the situation at hand, he still ultimately cares about the people to where he wants to to where he's all like, well, this thing just came on land right now, so I don't want to. So he's pretty much skipping past what the supposed experts sort of think. It is like, no, we need to immediately start getting things done and making sure people are safe, because this thing is now that we thought wouldn't go on land has just made landfall and is potentially causing all sorts of mayhem. So him knowing that Godzilla is causing all sorts of collateral damage, and potentially, certainly have killed a whole bunch of people. Like, they would have to have known about the explosion at, like, where maybe there could have been potentially, like, police, like, those officers that were inspecting Goromaki's boat when it blew up. Like, I would think that maybe a good number that someone would have let them know, like, oh yeah, there was a patrol boat that was over there where that explosion happened. We think they may have died as well, and obviously they can link it to Godzilla. So with the knowledge that he would have to be aware that people are dying because of Godzilla, doing his first, little excursion, if you will, whatever it is he's doing. But either way, it's killing people. People are dying. Whether he's flinging cars or knocking over a building with potentially people in it. So him telling the helicopters to just not attack Godzilla, even, and not take the shot just because two civilians who, like, not only is it like poorly edited to illustrate those two civilians there where we don't even know where they are, and it's like so blink and you'll miss. If you literally blink and you miss, or even look away for a second, you pretty much would think, well, wait a minute, why is he aborting? Why aren't they shooting at Godzilla? The fact that he would have to be aware that more people have died than just those two civilians, if they were caught in the line of fire, it's like it would not make. It just doesn't make sense why he would just like I would get the feeling that he would be like, we need to shoot this thing down. Like, it would have made more sense if he tried to shoot at him, but because of the whole bureaucratic red tape and all that took so long, that when Godzilla mutated his third form, when they did decide to shoot at him, it was too late. If the bullets don't do anything to him, like, it would have been better, like, just a tweak, rather than just have it be where they don't shoot at him at all, because two civilians are there when even more people had died up until this point than there probably would have been if they actually opened fire.
Well, presumably people have died. We never actually see it.
That entire scene is like so logically contrived. There's so many like things that have to coincidentally happen for that one scene to get the point across, and it's so messy. I feel like there was.
Here's the thing. Sure, presumably people died, but here's the thing: if you were in the prime minister, like, if you're in the POV of the prime minister, you would pretty much think, like, you would have to have in your mind as like, oh my god, how much destruction and death has this thing potentially caused just by coming on the land, and and how much collateral damage has happened, how many people have died. I mean, we even see Godzilla like knock over a building, and we do see some like a woman and I think a kid in there like perishing.
We see a mother, father, and a child. They are like probably one of the few people in the film who actually we see die on screen. And I've talked about this with a few people, because if you look into Shin Godzilla's production, scenes like this were filmed of people dying. In the atomic breath sequence, we see people in the subway system that just get incinerated by the fires and such. But from what I've gathered, the reason those scenes were cut is because Anno was concerned about it being insensitive, because Japanese culture doesn't really like doing things like that in such close proximity to the disaster in question. And my response, and at the risk of sounding like a huge asshole, I said, I don't care that it's culturally insensitive, because Gojira did it too, and you're trying to be Gojira. So you don't really... I guess my whole thing is, it just kind of makes me respect Ichiro Honda and the original film all the more. That they had the nerve, they had the like resolve to show stuff like the hospital scene, which might actually be my favorite scene in the entire franchise.
I
agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
It makes me appreciate the Ginza sequence in -1, because you see people getting stepped on, falling up to the ground, falling from the train, swept by the tail.
Another weird defense that I've heard for defending the lack of civilian casualties being shown in Shin Godzilla. You know something that This one just didn't make sense. Someone was saying that they couldn't show it because of the rating. And I'm like, what?
Fucking hell, GMK has a lower rating, and we see a girl die from the hospital right there.
Also, and here's another example. I also said, well, it's not like Gojira had scenes of people getting hit by the atomic breath directly and dying. Oh, wait. And also, it's not like, but I'll give you this. Gojira, I think, is unrated, so we'll move that aside. Oh, look here. Godzilla -1. This movie surely doesn't have people being crushed and you can hear their flesh squelching. Oh, wait. And that
those guys on top of the building as it, or the guys on top of the building as it's toppling, or things like that.
That scene is so brutal.
That's just Godzilla specifically. You look outside the kaiju genre, Cloverfield has one of the main characters get eaten alive.
And another one has her head explode.
Her whole body, actually. You even
a Scanners reference?
Here's the thing, like, Cloverfield is PG-13, but it pushes that PG-13 to its limit. Like, here's the thing, you could freeze frame where you see, like, the body of a soldier that got exploded by the parasite bite, which foreshadows what happens to Marlena. And if you freeze frame it, you could see, like, the the viscera, of, like, his body just kind of explode, like the entrails or what have you. It's like to the point where it's like, damn, I think I should blur this in my video because like this is a little too graphic.
Playing devil's advocate, it's a different cultural context. Gamera, the giant monster, and Gamera, Revenge of Iris, both show multiple people getting incinerated alive.
Gamera versus Tiger as well.
Gamera vs. Jagger as well. Guardian of the Universe has a guy eaten. And Legion is one of the most gruesome kills in the entire genre.
I think it's because the film was so closely tied to like the 2011 disaster, where I don't think those films had a tragedy in such close proximity. But to go back to Gamera 3, if I remember correctly, the climax of that film happening in Kyoto, Japan was a bit of a controversy, because isn't Kyoto like kind of sacred to like certain pro-Japanese nationalists, like the people that were concerned about Shin Godzilla being in like the same political alignment as those people who want pro-Japanese historical revisionism. Like Kyoto's a hotspot for those people. And so Kyoto was always kind of off limits. And then Shusuke Kaneko just says, how the entire city get blown up by Gamera's fireballs.
I'm going to light the city on fire.
I'm in quoting Pacific Rim like 14 years early. I'm going to burn this son of a bitch.
I think that ultimately circles around to the idea of,
I need to watch Gamera 3.
Yeah, that ultimately circles around to the idea of art isn't always meant to be safe. So,
which is ultimately kind of one of the things I've actually heard some people give me in terms of my criticisms of Shin, is that Shin can feel a little too clean and sterile.
There's that.
Oh, you think?
Also, and definitely do get around to watching Gamera 3. Get around to watching the Gamera movies, period. They are...
Dude, I've already seen the Heisei trilogy. I just haven't seen Gamera the Brave, despite owning it.
Okay, watch The Brave. It's actually really solid.
Yeah, but just seeing that makes me want to rewatch. Actually, I'll probably save my rewatch of the Heisei trilogy for whenever I show my friend, because we've been going through the Godzilla movies together. He's actually quite liked them. But after that, I was going to show him the Heisei Gamera movies. But that has to be pushed back because he shockingly has yet to see the Jurassic Park movies, like the original 3. And I was like, we need to fix that.
What? Tie him down and show him.
Well, I can't exactly do that. He's in an entirely different state from me now because he's in college.
Buy a ticket.
You can. There are people you can hire to do this sort of thing.
I'll give you a name. You have to leave some money in a tree in the park at midnight, but it'll happen.
That's what I told him, is we are watching the Jurassic Park movies first, and then whenever I get the chance, we are watching Gamera.
Here's the thing. If something like that were to actually happen, couldn't the stream just be used against us in the court of law? Potentially.
We should just pair this with everything with the kidnappings. We'll just preface this by saying in Minecraft.
Good. All right. Anyways,
There we go.
I wanted to get my point out the way since it was probably never going to be, it wouldn't be addressed at any other point in this video. So yeah, get that
Let's
out the way.
get back to their addressing. I think we've had a
Oh,
pretty solid intermission.
That is a spoiler.
I've got
So
my
if you
two-
haven't seen it, look away from the screen.
If you somehow haven't seen Shin Godzilla, despite being a kaiju fan,
Click
gonna
up,
say, if you're
click up
watching the
now
stream
and
and you haven't
click
seen-
up now and watch the movie if you want, or if you don't care about spoilers.
I've got my two major points about Shin Godzilla, which I think majorly affect the entire film. But I'll wait and see if they actually mention anything to do with it first.
Yeah, you did say they're going to talk about the atomic breath scene. Yeah.
I'm not
That
sure
is-
it's going to give you the opportunity you need, but I sure hope.
The atomic breath scene has nothing to do with my issues.
I know, but it has a
Anyway.
lot to do with mine.
You could see this as a negative thing about it, but I got so much joy out of it that I don't think it's negative. But the first form of Godzilla in this movie is hilarious.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It was not what I
Yes.
expected at all.
I want to
And
boof them.
when you see him, the
I
first
want a
time you see
plushie
his
of him.
face, it's I equate it to the first thing I thought of was like this is like watching the Giant Claw from 1957. I did a review on that.
I thought it was like one of the Muppets.
It looked like a
I don't think that's a compliment.
Brilliant.
Wow.
I was not expecting that. Oh my god. Giant
What's a
Claw
comparison?
mentioned. I was not expecting him to bring that movie up again. Holy shit.
Didn't you rank that movie above the original Godzilla?
Oh my god.
That was. I forgot about that. I forgot about this. Oh my god. Wow. Okay.
The Giant Claw is just Rodan's crackhead uncle.
Wouldn't it be Aunt? Because it lays eggs. So wouldn't it be Aunt?
Probably Aunt,
Wow.
actually.
See, that's the
from
part.
space. From space, apparently.
I was genuinely not expecting that comparison whatsoever.
He's as big as a battleship.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
like-
kind of want to rewatch that movie. Actually, I really,
Yeah,
I do kind of want to rewatch it.
I guess
Rodan-
when we talk about
Rodan's-
being big as a battleship. I guess you could say that size does matter.
Yeah.
Gonna hurt.
Like, it's Rodan's crackhead aunt from space, which means Ghidorah being his uncle confirmed, maybe.
The Condor is his cousin.
All right, let's get back to this. We just
Yeah, that was a little unexpected. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah,
So
I
that's next
completely
week's
forgot
film,
he
yeah?
mentioned that.
Yeah, I know. Crazy.
I was not expecting to hear about the Giant Claw anytime
It
soon,
reminded me of
let alone
Reptilicus
here.
a bit. It had these big googly eyes that never blink, and it's just this long neck, and he's going around, he's destroying things, and cars are flying everywhere. And but what made me think so much of the Giant Claw was that the Giant Claw is a movie that starts off very serious, not totally serious, but competent. It's competently made, and then all of a sudden you see this monster, and it just built it up to this whole time, and then finally when you see it, you're like, what the fuck? So
I remember when we were watching in the theater, James was sitting behind me, and I just hear him go, "What?" Like when he first appears on screen.
Okay,
And
I have a story here
my
that I
thought
tell.
was, okay,
So,
Sorry?
yeah, so the person that I was talking about that I've watched some of the Godzilla movies with, I started him off with Gojira, GMK, and Shin because those are the three movies that Yamazaki said inspired -1. So I felt as though they would be the ones most familiar to him, as the only Godzilla movie he had seen up to that point was GVK. And
So I started him off on them. Plus, who knows? He might have liked Shin. So I'm going to give that opportunity to other people. I won't take it away if you like the film, but his reaction to seeing Kamada-kun for the first time was priceless. It was the most guttural, visceral what I ever heard in my life. We had to pause the movie for like 5 minutes because I broke down laughing so hard. It kills me because I didn't record it because I didn't think to do it, and I'm still kicking myself over it.
Oh
my god! I mean, I
It's
don't.
such a weird thing, isn't it? It's such a weird thing for them to have done. Here is this incredibly serious film that's supposedly thematic about a disaster where lots of people died. Now here's our monster. It looks like a giant googly-eyed slug thing. And what the hell? Why?
It's so jarring.
It's like a rubber
in comparison to Shin's other forms. Like
it's like a rubber chicken mixed with like the Geico gecko.
Mixed with a frilled shark.
Mixed with a frilled shark.
Like
with some Godzilla spikes thrown on him.
It's so weird.
Rubber chicken had a baby.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's like the comparison was unexpected, but yeah, I can see where he's coming from by bringing up the giant claw. It's really jarring. You have all this buildup, you have the tail, and then you see this.
The thing is, when you get to the fourth form, it's more horrific, except from certain angles where he looks like a rotten butternut squash. But the initial, like when it zooms in on his face, when the march music kicks in, it zooms in on his face, and initially you're, oh my god, look how terrifying he is and how horrific. And then the more and more you see just the same face over and over again, it becomes less and less impactful, more and more. Yeah, he's not actually got anything going on behind the eyes. When I rewatched that, when I looked at that clip again recently from my video, I paused on it whilst I was doing the editing, and I suddenly realised he's got he's boss-eyed.
He's cross-eyed?
Boss-eyed. So he got cross-eyed where the eyes are, where the pupils are looking towards each other, and he got boss-eyed where they're facing away from each other.
Like Marty Feldman had that, right?
Yeah. So they're where the pupils aren't they're not straightforward, they're not towards each other. They're like when the Simpsons when the Simpsons have something wrong with then their eyes go in different directions.
So Shin Godzilla is a Minecraft mob.
Well, he did make it into Minecraft.
No,
British boy here says D-Man 1954.
You look at the Minecraft sheep, and then you look at Shin, and it's just oh
no. So wait a minute. D-Man 1954 had to pretend Kamada-kun, which I guess is this form of Godzilla, was what he wanted from a Godzilla movie.
D-Man 1954 is terrible. D-Man 1954 is terrible. I just don't
pretend it's what you want and see how you feel.
I grew up with him religiously, so I have a bias, but
I'm not too well versed. I mean, I watched some of his videos and some of his video essays. Some of them I agree with, some of them I don't. It's whatever.
He was the guy who made the Shin waiting period memorable to me. So
I watched his video on Con Skull Island, the one scene examination. He goes into quite a lot of details. I really like the amount of detail he goes into. I'll subscribe to him and see what some of his videos on. Then his videos on the Skull Island series came out, and I was like, you are just a everything must be positive regardless person.
Pretend it's what you want.
Exactly. He was reviewing again. This is really good. This is really like it. And then it was the Chris Stuckman thing with Godzilla X Kong. It's I have to be incredibly positive about this, but I can see that this film is actually bad. I'm going to throw in a backhanded compliment here or there.
Thing is,
It's just
I
like,
was
you are so
I was on a
disingenuous.
live stream. I was on a live stream of his because when he was celebrating after -1's Oscar win. I was on a live stream. The cracks were showing with his opinion on the MonsterVerse. Like, he was a bit mixed on what GXK was going to be doing by that point. And then I watched his review, and I kept that in the back of my head, and I was just like, are you pretending?
And
I feel like I would need to be more familiar with some of these things. Yeah, I think we should. Sorry, I'm still just trying to keep the flow going.
Yeah, we need to keep going. I'm talking way too much about Kamata-kun.
Yeah, all I can say
Sea Monster, Kamata-kun is this character, is this phase of Shin Godzilla's name because that's the prefecture that I think he got out, that he like appeared in, like the second or the third form, the one after this one where he gets arms finally, is called a Shinegawa-san, and then the final form is called Kamakura-san.
No, I think the fourth one was Shinegawa-san, and then 3 is Shinegawa-kun.
Yeah. Okay.
This is technically Form 2, the one on screen.
Anyway,
Form
so
3, I think, was Shinegawa-kun.
Anyways, Minecraft. Anyways, Minecraft World. I got something to say. Pretend that Tiamat's death in GXK was what you wanted and see how you feel.
No!
Pretend that Little Platoon's video is what you wanted from him.
Okay.
Omniviewer, are you aware of this reference, by the way?
Which reference? There have been many.
The pretend it's what you want and see how you feel.
No, but I understand the sentiment.
It's from
Cinema Wins video on his video on Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker, where it's in reference to Palpatine coming back. It's where he's like, pretend that Palpatine somehow returning was what you want and see how you feel afterward after finishing the movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still doesn't help the movie whatsoever. Palpatine returning was not my problem. My problem was everything else.
My problem was Palpatine returning. It completely undoes every single bit that Anakin went through in the prior 6 films.
Well, yeah.
I mean, Palpatine coming back wasn't the only issue with that movie, but it was definitely a big one. It was a real big problem.
Oh Lord! Look, I like Cinema Wins' content, and that quote is very memeable. But what the fuck, dude?
Anyways.
This is a different monster, and Godzilla's going to appear later. And
you know that was going to be Godzilla.
It actually did turn out to be Godzilla. I didn't know just yet when you first see him that he was going to mutate. But I actually thought the mutation was really awesome. Yeah, he looks ridiculous when you first see him, but it makes sense as you continue to watch the movie.
And one thing that I found really funny about it was just to think that if there really was a giant monster in real life destroying cities, it wouldn't matter what it looked like. You'd still have to be terrified. So if you actually did see the giant claw coming at you,
you're going to shit your pants because it's going to kill you.
Yeah.
You might laugh a little while it's killing you. But...
Yeah, like, would you be... There's, I don't know. That's just such a hypothetical, weird thing to imagine. But
he has a point.
If you're gonna get killed by a monster, but it looks absolutely it has like ping pong ball eyes.
I think
but it's gonna kill you.
Imagine if it looked exactly like the giant claw or a Reptilicus. Like, would you laugh at all?
You would laugh until a certain point until it starts ripping your body parts off, and then you're not laughing anymore.
I think you'd just be so freaked out of your mind if that happened.
I don't know about that myself. I mean, the way I see it, I know that a lion is more dangerous to me than a tarantula, but I'm more scared of the tarantula than I am of the lion.
Exactly.
So,
I will give him points for the evolution thing. And I need to dunk on Singular Point here. This feels way more natural than anything Singular Point did with Godzilla's evolution. Jesus Christ. At least it looks like something that would turn from aquatic to semi-aquatic to semi-amphibious to properly amphibious.
Mm-hmm.
And
they're not reusing the designs of other monsters.
Exactly.
Yeah, Yeah, like Shin Godzilla's transformation sort of gimmick was kind of built. It was built in naturally, pretty much. Whereas Singular Point, they only did it because, well, they were trying to mimic try to copy Shin Godzilla's success, trying to replicate it.
Exactly. That's partially why I blame Shin so much for Singular Point's thing.
You remember when people claimed that the first when Godzilla Aquatilus wasn't supposed to be Titanosaurus? We only thought that because it was red, and then Godzilla Amphibia came out and they got real quiet because it was obviously Varan.
Yeah, I remember seeing that around. I actually I actually started claiming myself out of copium that they got the name wrong.
I haven't paid that much attention to I never paid that much attention to sort of like the chatter or that kind of chatter around Singular Point by that point. But looking back at it, and hearing about all that, I do find it hilarious. It's like, that's what they're doing. Oh, okay.
You could actually tell how many if some people were new to Godzilla, because I saw some people commenting on news about Singular Point and saying, "Oh my word, they've changed Rodan's name to Radon." And I had a video going, actually Radon is his name. So it's Rodan in the West, but in Japan, it's Radon.
Yeah. I still, honestly, the build-up to Singular Point for me felt like the inverse to the build-up for Gamera Rebirth. The more we saw the show, the more puzzled people were with it. Whereas with Gamera Rebirth, there was faith at the start, and then the faith just continued to get better.
Yeah. All right. Let's continue. We've gone on a tangent.
Yeah.
How far are we into this video?
Let me check. Actually,
22 minutes.
22 minutes out of.
Doesn't say. I'm guessing 30 minutes. Was it?
Hang on. Let me just check just to make sure. We are
You must be close.
We are like 22 minutes and 30 odd seconds into this video.
Out of how many?
32 minutes and 16 seconds. Hey, Cianimus, you know what this means? We're in the third half now.
We're in the third half.
Yeah! Let's go!
God damn it.
Let's go.
So the later forms of Godzilla. So like when he's like, his mouth is stretching open like Pac-Man and he's shooting lasers and lasers are coming out of his back.
That was all amazing.
Yeah, I thought that was awesome because like all the crazy stuff you're talking about, like, yeah, we didn't get like, King Ghidorah and stuff like that, or no Monster X or anything, but
well, not just other monsters, which is something that I love, and I did want to see other monsters. That was the one thing I was kind of disappointed at, that there weren't. I thought maybe at the very end they were going to do that, but they didn't.
It's kind of made that up for me, that the fact that first of all, I didn't mind that it's been a long time since they've done a movie where it's just Godzilla, but then also that Godzilla did so much crazy stuff that kept me satisfied.
Yeah, but not just seeing other monsters, but what they would do in those movies. You've reviewed all the movies, so I know you know what I'm talking about. Like, he travels through time. And think about Godzilla Final Wars, and like all the shit going on in that movie. And like when there's aliens from outer space, and there's so much other shit that happens in the Godzilla movies, and you don't really see any of that kind of stuff in this. But the parts where Godzilla is actually fighting things, I thought it was amazing when this is the part that I really, really loved in the movie. So they're going to try to kill Godzilla, and they come along with the bombers, and one of the bombers drops a bomb down, and I guess Godzilla is still mutating, so one of the bombs like goes into his skin at one point, and then you see Godzilla bleeding, and then you're like, okay, well, one of the bombs got through, and because normally when army tanks and whatnot shoot Godzilla, they all like ricochet off, but this one like thing hits him, and so he actually gets hit, which normally doesn't even happen because it's like almost impossible to hurt Godzilla. So he gets hurt, blood comes out, and then he's like, he's not a character that speaks, but you're like, okay, well, Godzilla's pissed now because now he got hurt. So he like leans down on the ground, he opens his mouth, and what I thought was so awesome is normally when Godzilla shoots his atomic breath, it just comes out in a straight line and blows something up. In this movie, he leans down, the fire comes out straight, but then it goes like in all different directions, and the fire goes down all the streets of Tokyo and just basically obliterates like most of Tokyo. That explosion reminded me of like Super Mecha Death Christ or something, just like blowing up the whole world. It was amazing.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite things, was how unpredictable this Godzilla was. Because like I'm like, whoa, you didn't know Godzilla could do this now and this. I'm waiting for like a sledgehammer to come out of his ass or something. And like this is like a switchblade Godzilla. Like he's just doing all these different things.
And the other thing that was really cool that he did is. So that first time when that I just mentioned, when they get in that one hit on Godzilla, well, the next time I think Godzilla learned from experience, because then they send in more bombers to hit him again, but this time they can't get him because now his fins on the back start shooting those lasers, and now he can take out like aerial stuff. So I thought that was really cool. That okay, they got him once, but it didn't happen again. Don't fuck with Godzilla.
Okay, they did get him again, so that doesn't work. 2, the bombers, the missiles from the drones didn't do anything, so that doesn't really work. 3,
yeah, they got him again.
Jesus Christ, man! Jesus Christ! How long does it take you to say, and then fire came out of his mouth?
I know, right? It's like here's the thing, they got him by surprise again with the bullet trains that made it to him somehow. Even phased array radar, anyone? Like no one remember that? Writers, Shinji Higuchi or Hideaki Anno, Shinji Higuchi, do you guys remember that you established they had phased array radar? Why didn't you shoot that? Anno? Phased array radar. Does that ring a bell? Like, how come that didn't happen with the bullet trains?
I was thinking about this when making my video this morning. When he shoots the drones, I'm then sitting here thinking, okay, is this meant to be like a sort of he got hit before, so now he's aware that he could get hurt by things like shooting at him from the sky. This is why he's now attacking like this. But then he's also been attacked from the air before and not felt anything. So it's very confusing as to whether he's now like learnt to attack because he got hurt before. But then simultaneously when he stops attacking, they don't hurt him. So are we supposed to... Oh, it's just such a confusing... I mean, the entire last act thing is just... The entire execution of the plan is completely confusing as well. So... this film.
Yeah, and then
the first half of the movie is a problem.
Yeah, and the phased array radar sort of thing, that one scene with the drone and establishing Godzilla being able to shoot lasers from himself, while in sleep mode, like it breaks the third act of the movie in such a catastrophic way.
Who would have guessed that Hideaki Anno would write a confusing, nonsensical ending?
A big stupid ending, correct?
And again, something I pointed out.
Do they mention who will know? Kaiju-ku, do they mention who will know? Do they mention anything like that? Because I really want to get this out of the way.
I'm
You've
be
been
honest,
holding it in long enough.
I don't think they do.
Okay, but they did talk about the atomic breath sequence, so I'm going to talk about it anyway. Okay.
No, I want to say something.
No, don't.
I want to say something quick.
Minecraft World, I promise you, like, we will have our chance, buddy. You will get your chance.
I need to talk about who will know, please.
I want to mention
the video ranting about who will know.
He mentions here.
Too many other things on my plate.
God damn it!
Let's talk.
Sorry.
It mentions here like because Godzilla keeps doing stuff like he has the breath coming out and it turns into a laser, and then he has the lasers coming out of his back, and he describes Godzilla as a Swiss Army, almost like a Swiss Army knife. He keeps expecting more and more things to come out. I mentioned in Fractured Diamond that this nature, this activity, this stuff actually harms the end fight, because the back attack is so over the top and like spectacular that when you get the tail laser come out, the way the tail laser is presented is very ostentatious. The way it builds up or going up the tail, like a reverse, like how the spines traditionally do it, like they're going up the spines. This one's going up the tails, like the same way. So that felt much more cinematic, much more of the thing, and even the characters and like the soldiers and everyone else reacts to it in a more shocked way. But it's so overdone by the back lasers, and the back lasers are reacted to in no way, shape, or form as shocked. So it really feels like the back lasers were thrown in like a post all the everything else. It really feels like the back lasers just ruined like all the spectacle of the film. And
Yeah.
like they're saying here, it makes you think that anything can happen, which then again dilutes any of the shock value that everything else has.
Yeah, like if anything, it makes you wonder. Like maybe they should have just done away with the back laser thing altogether and just introduced the tail laser, like right from the just like during the Who Will Know scene, and just and have it to where like the thing can move so quickly because it's reacting to like the potential threats.
Or invert it where he's gone.
He's back.
So
back.
What?
I was gonna say we're inverted to where the laser comes out of the tail during the Who Will Know scene, and then have the back lasers as keep the back lasers in the finale, because that is the bigger thing.
I would just say eschew the tail laser entirely and just keep the back lasers and introduce them in the climax.
Yeah, because they get introduced earlier.
Because like, just imagine like, like Godzilla's just one beam from Godzilla tears apart this entire city and the stealth bombers. So then in the climax, when he just starts shooting out what's probably 20-something lasers from his back that they're showing in the screenshot right now, is like, would be like this insane, and it actually warrants the response of, since when could it do that?
Yeah, they should have. They triple dipped. They triple dipped, and it went too far.
Absolutely.
Play.
Yeah, I can see some people might say that this is like too absurd, that they strayed too far from the character. But it's not like in the 98 version where they strayed. It's like this time they gave us more, not less. So I don't mind
that. I liked. I want to see more.
And
it's the 29th.
Sorry?
I still refer to Shin as a Geno, much like Zilla, but for the exact opposite reasons. Whereas 98 put the God out of the name, Shin forgets to put the Zilla in.
Oh, that's spicy hot. It's spicy.
It does bring the argument of how far can you go from the Godzilla, like original Godzilla, before it no longer becomes Godzilla.
Oh, I would say
an SCP-682 wannabe. I would say this is pretty far.
I wouldn't say. I would still call this Godzilla because there's at least a grounded element to it. Singular Point is where I would say this is a bit much.
Singular Point is Cthulhu, or Yog-Sothoth, or one of those Lovecraftian things.
It's sci-fi Lovecraft basically, and
it's oh god, what was the Dunwich horror? Was that the one?
Dunwich, but yeah.
I always call it Dunwich because there's places over here spelt like that which are pronounced Wick. But yeah, I'm trying to think of the name of the guy in the house.
Wilbur Whatley?
That's it. It's the Whately brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Godzilla films. So I don't mind seeing like these radical updates.
And yeah, that's one example when he was doing that kind of stuff. Like Godzilla's abilities basically are new. Mm-hmm. He's got new abilities.
Yeah.
And that is something that I thought was cool. I just wish that there was more stuff on top of that. More monsters and more crazy plot things.
Jesus Christ. How can you have more? This is bad enough. Again, this is the sort of thing that this is the sort of fans that you don't want to apply to.
My question is, does this guy just want, like, the Godzilla equivalent to the fight between Gogeta and Broly in Dragon Ball Super Broly?
Probably, yeah.
That fight,
it's not even the mission
that
statement
fight
of
was actually
Shin.
well choreographed and stuff.
It's not. This is what he's asking for. It doesn't even closely resemble what Shin Godzilla's like mission statement was supposed to be. It's like I don't. It like.
Then again,
and
everything
plus-
this guy has said has been very surface level so far.
yeah, like James
Yeah,
is at least
unfortunately.
trying to be a little more substantive, but maybe not doing the best job at it. But Mike is just like very surface level. It's not even not even close.
Again, it's the whole minigunning the floor in front of the barrel thing. It's like, okay, so tell me why this film is bad. Oh, because
How are you missing the
Godzilla
broad
wasn't
side of a
fighting
bar?
Orga whilst flying backwards through time. Yeah. What the hell are you talking?
That would still make for a
I
better
wouldn't
movie.
mind if he fought Orga in this movie. I love Orga, but
To be fair, your hypothetical suggestion about that would still make more sense than Godzilla versus King Ghidorah.
Actually, isn't Shin Godzilla closer to Orga than Godzilla?
no,
Yeah,
you're right.
actually.
You have a
Yeah.
point. You have a
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, constantly mutating his jaw, even right down to the fact that his mouth his maw like just opens as wide as Orga does, or at least maybe not quite as much as when Orga opens his maw when he's trying to swallow up Godzilla, but still, yeah.
And even
You know
then, I
what's
would
funny
still
about
say it's
that?
better.
You know
I'd
what?
still say
You know
he's-
what's funny about that remark, Omni? For my like fan Godzilla universe, because I have both a regular Godzilla and then I have a Shin Godzilla. Shin is just like a progression of Orga in that universe. It's what happened to Orga after he ate enough of Godzilla cells after he basically became addicted to them.
There you go. Cool.
So it's weird how you say that when that's what I did.
No,
Great minds
and
think
even
alike,
then, I
I
would-
guess.
Going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, something I got to mention is that in my trailer response video, I talked about a theory I had, but I didn't want to say it in case it was true, and it wasn't true. So my theory did not happen in this movie, but I feel like I should just, for anybody who's curious, who saw that video, what I thought was going to happen, or what I suspected was going to happen was that because Godzilla is looking like a zombie in this movie, and in the trailer you can see that he's like bleeding and everything, and I thought that he was going to start off as a skeleton, like possibly even the skeleton of the original Godzilla, and that he would like be regenerating as the movie goes on, so all the muscles and flesh would start to form, and by the end
that
of
would
the-
have been cool if it was the skeleton from the first movie.
And by the end of the movie, it would be the regular Godzilla.
I guess this movie was a reboot, right?
Totally reboot, yeah.
Because in the movie they're saying they've never heard of Godzilla before, and that always makes me like kind of sad in that it's not the same Godzilla. It's like a new Godzilla.
In a way, yeah. And they actually refer to him by both names. They have Gogeta and Godzilla, and they actually explain, which is like, oh, the Americans call him Godzilla, and like that was interesting to actually hear him called by both names.
But that would be an awesome idea, I think, actually, if they regenerated the bones from the first movie. So they already knew Godzilla existed. They saw what he did, but then the original Godzilla comes back. I think that's a great idea. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, because they're always doing stuff like that. Like in the Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, the 2003 version of it was Mechagodzilla was built on the bones of the original Godzilla.
Oh, Mechagodzilla. See, that's the stuff that it's like, why I want to see more Mechagodzilla.
I mean, yeah, and they've done Mechagodzilla a lot, but
I can always go for another.
Yeah, if they bring Mechagodzilla back, I want to see Mechagodzilla be evil like the first one, where aliens control him instead of it being like a military weapon.
The thing with me is, I'm like a kid with these movies.
That was what he was in his next appearance because Polygon didn't happen.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. Here's the thing. Yeah, I was about to say is like, it's like, so how funny if like Mike would have suggested like, it would be great if if we see Mechagodzilla again if he was a city, and he didn't do anything, just a city. I'm just thinking about it now.
Oh,
The irony. He's saying, like, I want to see more Mechagodzilla being controlled by evil aliens. It's like, you get that in the Polygon trilogy on Netflix.
Well, technically, the next time Mechagodzilla came back, he was controlled by a guy in a video game.
Well, yeah.
Later
Well, I mean,
later controlled by an alien.
No, he's talking about Ready Player One.
Oh!
Oh.
To be fair, that Mechagodzilla design slaps.
Oh,
yeah. That's a pretty cool design.
It kills me that the only toy of that figure is a bootleg.
Yeah. In the original book, it's Kiryu. So there's that.
Yeah. I wasn't fond of it myself, personally.
The movie?
I mean, yeah, the film, but also the Mechagodzilla that popped up in it. Because
Still looks better than the anime one.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that just goes without saying.
Like Godzilla.
Yeah.
Because everything else in that film is like, there's the Iron Giant, there's Chucky, there's Jason Voorhees, there's Tracer, there's Goro, all these other characters. They are those characters. It's like, there they are. Wow, look at them. Nice. Then you start, and here's Mechagodzilla. It's like, oh, here comes on. I wonder which one they're going to. It's Zoidzilla. I was so disappointed because someone had told me Mechagodzilla was going to be in it, so it was spoiled anyway. So then when Mechagodzilla quote unquote turned up, I was like, who the hell is that? That's none of them. What is it? It was a completely new one, which was really disappointing considering everything else that was going on in the film.
It is a bit incongruous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't Zoidzilla a bit redundant because like one of the Zoids is based on Godzilla anyways?
Well, yeah, Zoidzilla is basically Godzilla but robot.
I'm talking about like a dinosaur Zoid that looks like a T-Rex, but it kind of takes more cues from Godzilla anyways.
Yeah. Imagine if it had been the Shogun Godzilla.
Ooh.
Just have that show up as the villain.
That would have been really funny. That would have been really funny. Also, is that the Super 7 one?
Yeah. Well, the reaction one, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I was referring to. Huh.
Yep.
Cool.
Burning
Super 7 also made like a 7 or 8-inch version, but
yeah,
dude,
on my desk.
that would have been so much. Oh my god, that would have been so much better. Like he would just fire his like arm like at our heroes and it would just explode. That'd be hilarious. That'd be great. that
was the Rodan.
I want Shota that figure to show up in a MonsterVerse movie at some point and see how people react. I want to see that on Bernie's desk and just to see how people would react.
There it is, guys. Hey.
Now, what you need is more Godzilla focused film, and it's like, oh no, one of the Titans is causing trouble down like somewhere. So which one is it? It's Titanus Shogun.
It just regenerates. It's like almost like a Lovecraftian horror thing where he fires his hand, it explodes, and he regrows his hand so that he can fire it again. It's like -1 or something.
Yeah, this grotesque growth growing out of the back of his head that acts like the hammer on a gun every time he spits his fire tongue. He has feet, but it looks like he rolls around.
Oh, he rolls around them like Shadow on his like roller shoes.
Yep.
Now I'm
Guys, we need to have this happen.
Now I'm just imagining Shogun Godzilla like running on the water, skating on the water towards the screen like that one shot in the Sonic 3 trailer. He's coming to get you.
Somebody clip this, send it to Vrano or whoever does animations and make it happen. Seriously.
Yeah. I know someone in the Gigabash Discord who's a friend of Vrano, so I'll probably send it to him and let him know about it.
There you go.
Anyways, yeah.
Let us begin or continue. or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
we're getting close to the end.
I just want all the monsters in there.
We're getting close to the end.
I just want all the monsters in there. I love what they did with Final Wars.
Yeah.
It's like they threw them all in there because it's like I want to see all of them.
I mean, they're brief because you had so many in that movie that they had to be short.
You complained a little bit about the movie being too long.
Just a little.
I wish the movie was like 20 hours long.
Oh yeah.
But you got to see like every monster there ever was.
What, a 20-hour
Godzilla movie yeah.
with every monster that ever appeared, like including Varan.
Well, here's why. I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but I don't really want a 20-hour movie. But what I do want is in Final Wars. You know how like he fights one of the monsters, but it's like really, really quick because they have to fit in like 20 monsters into one movie. It would be awesome to have a Godzilla movie where there was a real fight, like an actual like long battle between each monster.
Oh, okay.
Instead of just like, oh, the smog monster comes out, boom, and then smog monster's gone. How about like I would love to see him really fight the smog monster again. For like
we're not even talking about Shin at all.
Yeah. It just, I mean.
Yeah, he's just talking. I'm starting to wonder if this guy is a child. Is like disguised as an adult.
He's a child at
the way
heart.
he's talking is just, I want to see all the monsters, just back-to-back long fights for 20 hours.
He's actually like 2 or 3 children under those clothes.
Yes. Oh no! Oh no! 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 No!
No!
Like in disguise.
If you removed his stubble, he does look kind of baby-faced.
Which is funny because he's like almost 40, or was 40 by the time this video was made. Yeah, I mean, they were in the 80s. They pretty much remember.
I don't blame him for wanting that kind of thing. Hell, a part of me wants that as well, but
I want that just because one, it would get these kind of people to shut up, and also, like, that would just be so ridiculous, and that's something I could just have on in the background when I just need noise. But also, if G Team just is good,
please.
I
pray to every single deity at night that this show ends up good.
I pray, please, good Godzilla, make it good.
Give me another good Godzilla TV show again, damn it. Well, okay, Chibi Godzilla technically counts, but give me another one.
Hey, I don't want to be hearing no dissing on Chibi Godzilla. You better put some respect
Chibi
on
Godzilla.
him.
I actually haven't seen Chibi Godzilla, so
how dare you?
I need to. I know it exists. I've seen clips, but I need to watch it. I need to watch it in full.
It is really funny. Okay, I'm pretty sure we're in like the last like 5 minutes or so. Let's try to
30-minute mark.
We're almost there. We're getting there. We're almost there.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Realistically, that would just be several movies, but that would be cool if it was a 20-hour movie. Like, I never thought it. Like, not a series, just a straight-up 20-hour movie.
I mean, that's not possible, but you know what I mean. I basically what I really am trying to say is that I would like to see more lengthy fights with all the classic Godzilla monsters again. It's nice to see Godzilla back after 12 years.
He came back in 2014.
2014 one. Good attempt.
Oh, okay.
I like that movie, but this was the first Toho, which is the company that made the original films.
It felt legit.
It felt legitimate. I think you should see this movie, but going into it, I think you should know that there is a lot of talking. There's not half the movie. Godzilla is asleep. So Godzilla, if you're expecting it to be like a huge action-packed thing, there are scenes like that.
Yeah,
but
and those scenes are amazing.
Oh, they're incredible. And it's a good movie, and you should see it if you love Godzilla. But I wouldn't expect to see too much of Godzilla.
He probably has about the same amount of screen time as the 2014 version, but it feels like more because it's spread out, and it isn't like they never tease you, by building up to something and cutting away.
But I thought the movie was great.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly how many cities this is playing, but check to see if it's playing near you. And it's going to be October 11th, limited theatrical run, but it's pretty cool that it is finally coming out here in theaters.
Go see it so that the movie makes money and they'll make another movie.
Yeah, hopefully they'll make more Godzillas after this, because I'm in it for both. I want to see the American ones with the whole Kong universe,
I'm interested in that too.
Yeah,
but I really want to see a follow up to this movie.
Yeah,
and have them bring in some different monsters.
Thank God they never did.
What would be great, just to say what I would like really quick is I would love to see some classic monsters come back.
Thank Christ that never happened.
Well, it did, just on the other side of the planet.
Yes. Well, yeah. I'm saying Shin got. I'm saying in the Shin verse that never happened.
Okay, yeah.
We did get Shin Ghidorah.
Okay, the video's going weird. I'm just going to stop it here.
Okay, let's say we've completed all 3 halves.
Yeah.
God damn it.
That's gonna be the bit, okay? We're gonna keep doing that bit.
3 halves, 4 halves.
I'm gonna have to start incorporating that into my videos now.
Yeah.
But yeah, hang on. Let me just make. Yeah, no, that was like the last. Like, let me just make sure they aren't adding anything else on like.
Right at the very end, they're gonna mention who will know, and we won't have known it.
The American ones with the whole Kong universe,
I'm interested in that too.
Yeah,
but I really want to see a follow up to this movie.
Yeah,
and have them bring in some different monsters.
Mm-hmm.
And what would be great, just to say what I would like really quick is I would love to see some classic monsters come back, but also some new monsters.
Yeah, definitely.
That's it.
That's it.
What's up?
Literally the only thing that you miss is just James saying, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I just imagine that then but then like James just looks at him and says, so who will not, and then the video cuts to end.
I'm still caught off guard that he brought up the giant claw. I'm still caught off guard by that.
Yeah.
That was not.
Yeah, but yeah, as we said at the start of this nearly 4.5 hour stream.
Yeah.
We do not hate James Rolfe. At least I don't.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't hate him either. Yeah.
This is not meant to be more an attack on him. This is a criticism.
Or the other guy.
Or the other guy.
Yeah, fair enough. But
you mean the 3 children in the overcoat?
Oh my god.
But this is meant to be like a criticism of, especially in the earlier parts of the video, where it was mainly on display, the problem with Toho purism as a mentality. Because when you're just not like accepting and I feel being good faith to what the MonsterVerse is trying to do, you're not really giving it a chance to prove itself.
Right.
Because you're basically saying that no matter how good you will be, you'll never be as good as the other one. Even though, if I'm going to be honest, America has surpassed Japan as of late with making Godzilla films. Let's just hope -1 wasn't a one and done happening. But it's, to me, it's just, yeah, Kasabu just said it. He's a good guy. His film analysis isn't great, and the problem is that he has a very big platform, which
that perpetuates this sort of mindset, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it also just, like, let's just say hypothetically, Grant Spator's MonsterVerse entry. Let's just say it's absolutely amazing. It knocks off all the boxes. It's amazing. It's well received critically and by fans.
And it even redeems what GVK and GXK kind of did with the MonsterVerse in terms of continuity and what have you.
It also becomes the highest grossing MonsterVerse. Let's just say best case scenario happens.
Yeah.
Are we sure people like James Rolfe and a few others would accept it because it just doesn't feel like Japanese Godzilla?
Yeah. you can absolutely see them going, "What? Yeah, guys, this film was absolutely amazing. It had all the action. It also had the seriousness. It had great themes, and the CGI was amazing, and everything." But you just get the but on the end, and that will just completely ruin any positive things he has to say about the film. Because once again, guys, it's a great American try.
Yeah, and and for those who don't know, I pretty much have scheduled the next stream on the 19th, where we will be looking at his video on Godzilla 2014, which
Yay.
we kind of alluded
Thursday?
to.
Thursday?
Yeah, the 19th.
Ah, shit! I'm not gonna be able to make it for that.
Oh, dang.
I could probably. I don't know if I will. No, considering it's a Thursday, I'll be off college, so I just will kind of want to take it easy that day. But
Thursday is my busiest day when it comes to classes. So
okay. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I wanted to save this. I wanted to say. Here's the thing. I'm off like Thursday, the coming Thursday and Saturday, and I want to try to see if I can see Transformers 1 on Saturday. So I'm trying to reserve a spot for that. So that's why I'm doing Thursday. But
fine.
I'll be sure to keep everyone posted if anything changes.
I'll probably watch the stream later and maybe comment on it. After class. So
yeah. Well, I mean, I can certainly guarantee you folks, it will be shorter than this Shin video.
Sure.
Yeah.
Granted, the first 40 minutes of this, we were just us waiting on everybody, and we were just rambling.
Yeah, that's true.
Which
okay,
we are just I feel like we ramble quite easily.
So so 40 minutes off of this for an almost 5-hour stream, and
I mean, what can I say? We do Longman streams.
Dude, we are the EFAP of Kaiju media discourse. We've become the thing we hate.
To be fair,
or the thing that we like but can acknowledge is pretty flawed, especially when it comes to
you like. I have, as far as what I've seen of EFAP, at least from myself, I don't like what I've seen of them.
They can be good. Mostly, until recently, they were like 95% good, and then there was like 4% and then 1% bad. But more recently, they just seem to have been leaning more into the bad, and it's starting to put me off a little bit. It's only when they've got very bad stuff to talk about that they're like still back on point.
Yeah. Occasionally you get something like their stream on that video from Never Knows Best about Starfield and Bethesda and what have you, which is like a hilarious sort of, which is pretty hilarious. I mean, it's like an 11.5-hour stream, but boys, it doesn't have a lot of great highlights. But that stream, but there's and obviously there's the stuff where they cover like the recent MCU stuff, like the Marvels or Multiverse of Madness or Quantumania, where it's like, well, yeah, of course those movies are terrible, and but occasionally you have something like I have to like look over their breakdown of Alien Romulus, considering that I've seen the movie like twice in theaters, and I still pretty much would still consider it to be one of the better of the Alien films. And kind of see if there's anything in their stream that would even hold up to scrutiny. Take some notes.
The way they described it sounded quite bad, but yeah, you've actually seen the film, so you'd have more of an informed opinion about it. The bit that annoyed me recently, the things that annoyed me were the Fallout Prime discussion, where they actively ignored points that I made, and then they responded to one of my points by saying, nah. I brought up a legitimate point of that they were wrong on, and when I said, well, what about this, and this, and they just went, nah.
Another thing, at least from what I've seen, is them making a hour-long video calling someone a Star Wars shill what did this person do? Just make a 4-minute video saying they were excited for the Acolyte. No, I don't know all the context.
The guy with the glasses. The guy with the glasses.
I think.
Yeah, they called him Mr. Pointy because he likes to point a lot. Yeah, from what I remember, he didn't make very good points, and because they did, well, basically like what we did here, someone makes a point and then we sit here discussing it for like 10, 15, 20 minutes. That's what EFAP did. And this guy, as far as I remember, didn't make very good points.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. I haven't like bothered watching it just because I don't tend to have the time in my days of free time for EFAP stuff.
Yeah, fair.
And not to mention, my first exposure to their content was Cottom.
Yeah, that's partially why I haven't seen EFAP, seen any of EFAP's other stuff. One, because they left a really bad impression, but also, I have a video essay to work on.
Yeah, I can understand their Cottom take. Certainly being a turnoff. Like, I can see how that could give you a bad impression of them.
They're normally better.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, even their work is usually better than this. I'll take
you for your word that it's not like Chris Stuckman, where the son of a bitch just doesn't give criticism whatsoever. So,
let me put it this way:
I watched his Madam Web review finally, and the only thought that ran into my head was, say the movie is bad. That's it.
It's worse than just outright saying, this movie was terrible. And that's all I can really say about it. Yeah, it's as bad as people are saying it is. But now I want to talk about something. But let's move on to something else. Because I'll let everyone else just sort of rip into it in more detail than I will. But no, instead he's dancing around it, which is worse. It's just because it's not being honest.
I'll give James Rolfe credit at least. He's honest.
Yeah.
Or at least he tries to be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he feels it.
Why did you try to do the Peter Griffin laugh? They're yeah.
That's how I do with sinister laughs. I have 5 different laughs that I cycle through every now and then.
Yeah.
Anyways, so final thoughts on this video before we start winding things down and wrap up the stream.
I disagree with pretty much everything that he says, but it wasn't atrocious. I'll give it that. I've yet to find anything that is even comparable to Platoon or EFAP.
True.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, I may have found something that's comparable to Platoon or EFAP. That being, if you guys saw Firewood Media's most recent video on bad Godzilla reviews, Jesus. One guy straight up admitted to not even paying attention to the movie.
I'm sorry, what? Wait, paying attention to what movie?
It was Mothra vs. Godzilla, specifically. The 64 movie. Watch Firewood Media's recent video. In fact, just watch his channel, period. He does good stuff. But
yeah. As far as, does anyone else have anything else they wish to say in regards to Toho purism?
Well, I mean, I don't really have anything to say that might. Yeah. I don't think there's anything I could say that my Godzilla versus Champagne video didn't already cover. Being honest, but yeah.
If it's good, it's good. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad, and it doesn't matter where it comes from.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Apply a critical eye.
The cultures might be different, but there are still some things that are universal. So
yeah,
just be honest in your criticism.
Yeah.
Be honest and take into regard to the things surrounding the film or the media that you consume. One of the biggest quotes that I take to heart for from one of my favorite YouTubers, Dr. Lockdown. He's a Transformers toy reviewer, but it still applies here. There's a context for everything. Everything has a reason to exist. Yeah, Shin Godzilla isn't a good movie on its own, but it's not exactly made for the West. That doesn't mean the West can't criticize it. Absolutely we can, but we also need to take into account the context. And even with the context, there are faults.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I lost count of the people who were telling me to not criticize it because I wasn't Japanese. Yeah, they are
Really?
quiet.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Well, this was a great stream. It went pretty well. So yeah, thank you all for coming on and joining me on this little odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
And hope to see some of you all, at least some of you all, again, for next time.
I won't be able to join for Thursday, but I'll probably listen in. So unless you decide to move it to Friday or Sunday or Saturday or whatever works.
Yeah, I'll see. I'll see what happens, but until then,
I'll try and join Thursday.
Scheduled. I've got a live stream scheduled for next Friday, so cool. I don't want to interfere with it, and I don't want to be unavailable for this one. So
right, it'll be on Thursday. So if you happen to be available, then you're welcome to join.
We'll see what happens.
Cool. Cinemassacre, how about you?
I'll probably make the Thursday one. I don't know if I'll be able to stay as long as this because right now it's 2:20 in the morning.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So anyone want to plug their channels or anything that they have going on as of late?
All right. I'll go first then. You can find me at Minecraft World 1954. That's my @ or just Minecraft World on YouTube, where I post kaiju and versus related content with multiple different videos. Two of my two favorites at the moment being my Titanus Gojira versus Titanicus video versus blog. Watch that, please. And my Godzilla the Arrival pitch, which is the concept that I had for a GXK sequel pitch that was alluded to earlier in the stream. And I have several other videos upcoming, biggest among them being a Project Nemesis video essay with other future topics, including GMK, that one that I alluded to earlier in the stream, Gorgo, the themes of Titanic creations, and another major one that I want to talk about being why versatility matters, comparing the Godzilla franchise to the Transformers franchise. You can also find me on Instagram and Kara, where I post artworks and concepts for a Greek mythology-inspired kaiju story. And as for recommendations, go read Project Nemesis, go watch the Gamera movies, go watch The Owl House, go watch Ultraman Rising, go watch Transformers 1 when it releases, go watch GMK. Tiamat deserves better. Take care. Peace.
Awesome.
Kaiju
Well, I hope to one day start posting. It's just work and school are busy. Follow my Twitter. I just mainly just goof around on there. So if you want a good laugh, that's a good place to go. I tend to join these streams whenever I can. As far as just keep your eyes peeled for when I eventually start working on things, I have some ideas in mind, like a video talking about just Jurassic Park would probably be something I can talk about, and how this movie, why I think it's the best film ever made. A video talking about my own idea for a Godzilla X Kong sequel called Godzilla the Biohazard. And as far as that, don't really have anything else. Go watch Ultraman Rising. Go watch Ultraman Arc. Go play Final Fantasy 16. Go watch GMK. Go watch kaiju movies in general. Go watch Gamera 3. Tiamat deserved worse. That's everything.
I still know what you look like, okay?
Cinemas, got something to plug? I mean, we probably discussed it a little bit, but
What the?
Yeah. I am Cianimus. My YouTube channel is Cianimus. My Twitter handle is Cianimus. And I recently released a video called Godzilla 98 Emotionally Damaged Shin Godzilla. It was originally going to be called Godzilla 98 is greater than Shin Godzilla, but YouTube doesn't allow that little symbol, so I had to change the name, unfortunately. But yes, released that today. Go watch it. Have fun.
Awesome. And Mr. Viewer of House of Omni and Mr. Chapo, Mr. Snazzy of the House of Chapo, how about you?
Well, we're also here.
Cool.
And also, as a reminder to everyone, One Monstrous Moment 770 edition will be happening on November 7th. November 3rd. Sorry. I've got the numbers mixed up. So you still got plenty of time to make an entry if you want to participate in that. Otherwise, we still have our YouTube channel. We still got the books on Amazon. Let's see. That's pretty much it. Go listen to Victorious's Dinosaur Warfare albums. And yeah.
Awesome. And this has been your host, the Sea Monster, and obviously I do these streams every now and then. Next one will be on James Rolfe Cinemassacre's Godzilla 2014 review. Well, it's technically a re-review, but it's like it's probably like the one that he referenced in this video that we just discussed. So that'll be coming up. We're pretty much going back to the past, a little bit more to the past, I guess you could say, in that one. But as far as like content that I have for video wise, I am still currently working on my Renfield and Last Voyage of the Demeter. It's still work in progress. It's kind of taking me a little bit longer than usual because life, work, just kind of just finding getting a bit hard to find the time to to pretty much work on it. But I'll definitely try to really start getting into it, getting really working full time on it. Pretty in the days to come, sure. There will be some Godzilla Final Wars essay thing coming up, hopefully by the end of the year. I'm going to try to at least close out the 70-year anniversary of Godzilla this year. And I'm still workshopping like when to do a One Monstrous Moment video. As far as like I haven't even figured out a topic yet, but starting to narrow things down a little bit. But I'm still kind of working on that. Just stuff in general. But you can find me on here, Sea Monster. You can find me on Twitter also, KCI or Sea Monster. So, and as far as like recommendations that I would give, go watch GMK, go watch Godzilla -1, go watch go watch the MonsterVerse movies in general, just all of them. Yes, even the more contentious ones, just so you could say like, well, I mean, obviously those ones at least, Big Monkey Go Punch. I don't know, but hope and don't watch Shin Godzilla. Just go watch all of our content on it, if nothing else. But once again, thank you all for coming, gentlemen, and all you folks who've been sticking around for the stream. Closing this out. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
See you. Good night.
Long.